So welcome everyone. My name is Pien. I am a fish biologist at the Bureau of Reclamation, and you'll be hearing my voice kind of walking through presentations today. But I'm just going to kick us off with a little bit of introduction of what you're going to be hearing about today, and then framing our workshop. So thanks to everyone for participating outside of the regular workshop slot. We didn't really want to take away from everyone's interesting science talks, so we decided to make this a little bit this time and hope that it's valuable for everyone. As Rosie mentioned, we will be recording the workshop, so anyone who misses it can watch at a later date, or if you need to step out for a period, we'll send it out later. So we're going to be framing our workshop around open science, which emphasizes transparency along the entire scientific process, from data collection to analysis. And the benefits of open science are to give you credit for the work you've done, get more citations, have people know what you're doing, has a bigger impact for your data, potentially saves you time from providing data requests, since you can just provide a link, and builds trust with the community by allowing them to see the data and the processes that you've been undergoing. In recent years, the state and federal government have been encouraging or requiring an increase in making data more public and transparent, which has led to there being more work on this front. So I think part of the reason we have these resources today are because of those requirements. And the FAIR principles are often discussed in conjunction with open science, as they describe some of the qualities desired for open science. So we're going to have some polls today throughout our session, and this is just kind of a kickoff poll so you get used to the process. Some of you might have used Menti before. I think Rosie's going to put a link into the chat. But the question is, do you know what FAIR stands for? So I'll give people another minute, less than a minute. And the free version does only allow for 50 participants, so first 50 people will have their responses recorded. Okay, so looks like we're about done. Most of you got this right. I think most of you have heard this acronym before. Thanks, Dave. I'm trying to get back. Okay, so as you saw, FAIR stands for findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reuse. And we'll quickly go through what each of these refers to. So findability refers to data and metadata being findable or searchable, often with an index. So it's often associated with a globally unique and persistent, so long-lasting identifier. So for example, on EDI, where a lot of us post our data, there's both an EDI-associated identifier and a digital object identifier, or DOI, which you often see with manuscripts. That allows people to easily stick that into a web page and find your data, even when it changes over time. Accessibility refers to being able to not only find, but also easily retrieve and download the data by the identifier, and also making your methods and protocols open, free, and implementable. So methods that other people can access and use. Interoperability refers to basically data being able to speak to each other. So using shared and relevant vocabularies and terminology data standards so that data can be aggregated easily, read easily, combined with other sources. So if you're using a certain kind of, for example, genetics data is cited, there's certain terminologies associated with that. It also refers to data, metadata being machine readable across different systems, software and hardware. And then reuse refers to other people being able to reuse your data and your methods. So providing descriptive metadata, including any complementary files such as code and documentation that are needed to understand the data and analysis. Also providing detailed information about any data sources. So you might not have collected your own data. So any data that you're using and information about the usage license. And some of the challenges associated with open data, open science are a lack of time and funding for people to go through these processes, a lack of knowledge for the proper or recommended procedures for sharing data, and then people worrying about sharing data before it has been cleaned up, fear of misuse of data in other ways, and then ownership of data and worry for not having time to analyze your own data before putting it up, things like that. So today we're going to be mostly tackling number 2. So we're hoping to provide knowledge for some of these open science processes, but happy to talk about some of these other ones later on. So the IEP Data Utilization Work Group is a group that has that's made up of a lot of the different member agencies of IEP that come together and have been charged with defining some of the shared data standards. So how to provide data, documentation, descriptions across all member agencies. And the DUG promotes efficient and open data management practices by providing a lot of resources such as templates, guidance, these kinds of trainings for the community. The DUG also provides support for member agencies in other ways, such as you can come to the group to get help publishing your data, and then also coordinates across other groups to learn some of the best practices and guidance that we learn from others. Some contact information below for reaching out to the organizers of the DUG. So for today, our objectives are to share the practices and methods that support open science and FAIR principles by providing you all with resources, templates, and guidance for data management, sharing data sources, packages, and code for streamlined, transparent data analysis and synthesis, and connecting the community with visualization tools, code, portals, and venues for increasing and improving data communication. So for the agenda today, in more detail, we're going to start off the morning with data management and access topics. Have a couple breaks in there. And the afternoon will be focused on visualization related topics and finished off with a Q&A. So the first session will be data management, really quick overview of some of the topics in the data management lifecycle. Coded access will be covering how to use R to access online data resources. I have a longer presentation on metadata and data publication, both the importance of it and of how to document and publish your data, mostly focused around EDI, which is where most of us are publishing our cleaned up data. And then the visualization session will be covering a couple fun tools for visualizing and sharing your data, and some examples of places that have pulled in data and visualized those provided queries, things like that, for us all to use, so SacPAS and Bay Delta Live, as well as some code for a fun figure gallery. And then we're going to finish off with a panel Q&A. So please save your more detailed questions for the end. Put any other questions in the Teams chat, and we'll try to get to those either during talks or during that Q&A session. At the end of today, we will be sharing out a resource list. I think Rosie might put the link into the chat as well if you want to be following along. There'll be a resource list, code and slides from this workshop, and a recording of the training. And just a thanks to everyone who is participating, everyone who has collected data, everyone who helped out with the training. And you can see all the speaker bios at this link that will also get posted in the chat. And that's all I've got for the intro. I do have the next presentation also, so I am just gonna hop into that. Okay, so really quick overview of all the steps of the data lifecycle. This will be kind of kicking off the start of the data management session. So here's a visualization of the data management lifecycle from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we'll briefly go through all of the steps included in this presentation. Just wanted you to notice that the image indicates the process is iterative. So you'll probably be going between these steps or all around the cycle a couple times during your project. And that QA/QC is in the middle part of every step of the process. We're going to start with the plan stage. This refers to data management planning, or creating a data management plan, which describes how your data are collected and administered over its entire life cycle. There are a lot of documents you'll hear about today that include topics similar to what is in the data management plan. I'll show you some of the fields that can be in there in the next slide. The DMP is meant to be a short communication piece focused on all of your data processes, and it'll accompany other types of documentation such as SOPs, metadata, QAPPs that provide a lot more detail about things like your collection methods, your QA/QC procedures, historical changes, and things like that. It is a living document to be continuously updated as your processes change, and can be applicable to anything from a long-term monitoring study to short field study or analysis or any other kind of study. So just a quick view of some of the topics you'll want to include in your data management plan. We'll provide resources for example ones and templates. So just wanted to show you a quick preview. So the next stage we're going to is the acquire stage. This is referring to the collection of new data. So, going out in the field, collecting data, or using and transforming existing data for, synthesis analysis projects or to help supplement your data collection. The maintain stage refers to basically the maintenance of your data. So figuring out what database you're using and managing that database, checking your data, so QA/QC, recording and loading your data after you've collected it, and then all the processes after in your database, so things like renaming, combining data, converting it into a usable, shareable format. Maintain also refers to documenting your data, so describing your equipment, your field and lab procedures, parameters, and documenting any changes that you make to those procedures, as well as your version changes. You'll hear more about metadata later. Access refers to providing access for your data, whether it is providing a web version of your database, publishing your data on EDI or another data portal, putting your data on a visualization portal like SacPAS Delta Live, or publishing your data in a data paper, report, or manuscript. And then evaluate, this is where you get to start looking at the trends, evaluating, analyzing, plotting your data in this process as well, developing reproducible workflows so that others can replicate these analyses and processing that you're doing. And then archive, last step before going back to plan. So this is where you are archiving and securing your data by, for example, making multiple copies of your data in database in case something accidentally gets deleted, scanning your data sheets if you have physical data sheets, storing everything in a shared and backed up location, and securing any confidential data. And then for quality assurance and control, as I mentioned, these processes are relevant along the entire process. You're going to hear more about this in the next presentation. So just a brief definition for quality assurance is this is where you're ensuring data quality on the front end of data collection, such as training and writing SOPs. And quality control refers to the data quality post-collection, so like outlier detection, removing questionable data. And that's where we're going to go next. So I am going to pass this over to Rachel to talk more about quality assurance and quality control.
All right, let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so yes, hi, my name is Rachel Pisor, and I'm a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with the DWR Quality Assurance Program. Today I'll be talking to you about some things to consider with quality assurance and quality control of your projects. All right, so first let's get on the same page with what these terms mean. So QA and QC are terms that are often used interchangeably because they are tightly linked concepts, but they are two different things. Quality assurance is an integrated system involving planning, implementation, assessment, reporting, and continuous improvement. It involves planning to ensure that the quality data will be achieved and uses processes, standards, procedures, and/or policies to accomplish it. The goal is to prevent or eliminate errors rather than to identify and then fix them. Typical components include quality assurance project plans, standard operating procedures, and training. QA starts at the concept of a project and follows through to the archiving of data and publishing of the final report. Quality control is a component of quality assurance, and it is about determining if the quality of the data meets the requirements, is compliant and conforms to the standards that you determined. This happens, when you're in your planning phase. It involves various kinds of checks of the data before the data is deemed final and ready for analysis or publishing. So QA starts with the planning stages of the project, such as with the project plan or QAPP. QAPPs include or reference many of the supporting planning documents listed here. Data management plans are also a common tool. They typically have a lot of information regarding the data management and can be referenced in the QAPP, but the QAPP will be going into a lot more detail. QA for data management answers questions like how the data is entered into a database, what kind of database it is stored in, how are the project documents being organized, backed up, and archived, and how field sheets and records are going to be managed and archived. Also, how will the laboratory data, if any, be stored? Where will the project records like field sheets be maintained, preserved, and accessed? So here are some examples of the types of documents and checks you may be using to ensure quality control of your data. There will be certain activities that are consistent no matter what type of data you are collecting. The components listed here would likely be applicable as long as you're collecting some kind of field data, be it water quality, environmental, or biological. Each data type may have its own QC checks to consider. For discrete water quality data, this could involve checking your blanks to ensure there was no contamination in your sample, checking laboratory QC to make sure the laboratory processes were in control, and checking constituent pairs, such as a total constituent having a higher concentration than its dissolved analog. For real-time water quality, this could involve checking your pre- and post-calibration data and evaluating the calibration and fouling error. For biological data, QC could include having a secondary person confirm the ID of the species or measurements like fork length. For samples, such as for fin clips or tissue, it's verifying that the samples were collected following standard procedure and are properly labeled and preserved. For environmental data, it could be having consensus with a second person on cloud cover, for example. There are various QC checks that are done throughout the data management lifecycle, from initial collection to archiving. Listed here are some examples, such as a completeness check, that the field sheets are filled completely, correctly, and legibly if you're handwriting your data, and that if you have no data for certain fields, that it is handled properly and consistently. The next step is hand entering data or digitally uploading the data into a database. Then that data is verified either through a second person double checking that the data in the database matches the field sheets exactly, or another option is through double data entry. This process involves having two staff independently enter the data into the database, and then the duplicate entries are compared. Any entries that are not identical are identified for further verification. Electronic data checks are preliminary checks that could be done with software such as Excel, Access, or R. For example, making sure that the data values are within the known possible range. QC of the data may also involve data visualization to identify potential outliers or unusual trends. Visualization may also pull in different constituents of the data to compare, or by looking at different time scales, such as this example of a heat map showing the calibration error across a program's stations over the course of a year. There are also various statistical tools that can be used for identifying outliers for further examination based on what kind and frequency of data you're looking at. There are a couple of resources I'm going to mention in the next couple of slides that can give you some ideas. When doing all this QC, it is important to qualify the data appropriately when it does not pass these specific checks, like through flagging. This is critically important for transparency and context of the data for those downstream users, or any users really. So further steps in the QC of the data management side is ensuring project records and files are being appropriately named, stored, backed up, and archived. And so now I just wanted to share some of the resources available. So on the IEP Doug website, there are some best practices documents focused on fish QC and use of digital data sheets. And there are also templates on the standard operating procedures and metadata, and of course, the data management plans. And then on the DWR Outlier Detection Working Group GitHub, there is an R package with tasks associated with outlier detection. So that's worth checking out. And then we also have some DWR resources that are available on this box account, this box link rather. So there's a QAPP template. It is focused on discrete water quality, but it is easy to translate to or apply to other data types as well. There's best practices documents as well on outlier detection, discrete water quality data review, and lab QC data review. And with that, yeah, just reach out if you have any questions regarding QA or anything on this presentation. And I'll now stop sharing and pass it back to Kat.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
So next I think I was actually supposed to go to Rosie before Rachel, but next we'll have Rosie Hartman from DWR talk a little bit about data structure and format.
Thanks, Kat. I was wondering if you'd forgotten about me. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about data structures and formats. Hopefully not too quickly because last minute I realized I have less time than I thought I did. But first off, I want to say that everything I'm going to talk about today in terms of good ways to structure your data are some best practices that the Doug and other data scientists adhere to, but they're not firm, fast rules. There's definitely situations where you might want to structure your database differently. But one of the first steps you do when you collect data is you need to figure out what to do with it, because having a bunch of data sheets in a shoebox isn't really a data management plan. And you probably have a really nice data sheet that's laid out to be easy to fill out in the field. This is a beautiful example from the Yellow Bypass Fish Monitoring Program. It's easy to fill out even in the rain, I know from personal experience, but we don't necessarily want to store our data in this format. For one thing, we have 3 different types of data on this sheet. We've got information about the surrounding environment. We've got information about sampling effort, which we might have multiple samples at one site with similar environmental information. And then we have fish, and we're probably going to have a lot of fish for each sample. So how do we put these in a database? Well, we want a database that is relatively consistent. We don't want to be making changes every 6 months. So we want to make it flexible enough to take in any kind of data that we're likely to collect in the future. We want it to be efficient without a lot of repeated rows and able to quickly enter data as well as quickly pull data out of it. We want it to be as simple as possible because if we have a ton of interrelated tables and complicated queries and complicated forms, more things are likely to break. It'll be difficult for people in the future who didn't create it to maintain it. And that gets into sustainability, especially if you have a third party build a database for you. You want to make sure that they're training your staff to use it and maintain it over time. A few basic rules. These are as close to rules as we get. But as you're setting up your database, you want to have each variable in its own column, each observation in its own row, and each value in its own cell. This is sometimes known as tidy data formats or database normalization. And sometimes this will require your database to have multiple tables instead of just one big table. What does this really mean? Well, I think the easiest way to look at this is to find out what not to do. So I'd like you guys to humor me and just in the chat, write down anything you see with this table that looks not that great. Anything you see wrong with this table. Give you 30 seconds or so here. Come on, there's 79 people. Ah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, okay. So a lot of people picked up most of the things that I was looking for. We have repeated information. So the site information is repeated. We have multiple columns with the same type of info, species 1, species 2, count, and length. We have comments in numeric columns. That's going to give all sorts of problems. Multiple values in one cell, very bad idea. Multiple columns with the same name, even worse idea. A lot of programs won't even let you do that. Multiple indicators of missing values, that's problematic. And then you've got valuable info in the comments column. So what should you do? Well, the sort of best practice is to take those 3 types of information from your data sheet, break them into separate tables so you stop the repeated rows. We'll have one for that surrounding environment information, one for the sample info, and we'll have several samples per site visit. and then one for the information about each fish. But how are these things working together? Right now, we have each column has a single type of information, each row is a single observation, each cell has one value, but now we have like date and tide being separate from fish. What do we need to do to connect these? Well, the key is keys. Each table has a unique field indicating unique values. This is called the primary key. You can just have an arbitrary auto number key or an informative key like date, station, time, something like that. But the important thing is it cannot repeat or crazy stuff happens. Those keys are what's used to link tables. For example, these three tables, the first column in each table is your primary key. Visit ID, sample ID, fish ID. You'll notice that those columns are repeated in the table below it. Visit ID here, get my laser pointer, visit ID here goes to visit ID here, and it is repeated in this table. And that is what we can use to link the tables together. Same with sample ID here goes to sample ID here. This is a little easier to see on what's called a linkage map. Access does this for you automatically. And you see that visit ID from the site visit table is linked to the sample info table, and it's a one-to-many relationship. So there'll be one value of visit ID, and that value will be repeated multiple times in sample info. Same with these two tables. You might also end up with many-to-one relationships. We have a lookup table and one value of species code and many values of species code in fish info. If you end up with a many-to-many relationship, there's probably something wrong because your data will balloon in size and it's bad. So if you end up with a many-to-many relationship, double check what you did. So these are the linkages, and you use those linkages to pull data out in the format you want. You join together tables you want, then select columns you want, and filter rows you want. And those are the terms used in SQL, which is the language commonly used in database management, but very similar syntax is available in R as well. When you join tables on that primary key, you end up with, two tables. These each have two columns. The final table has three columns. The key is what they joined on, so that just gets merged. And then you have all of the remaining columns. As an example, to join our site, if we wanted to get, say, the number of Chinook salmon we caught by day, date is in our site visit table, and salmon is in our fish table. So we'll start by joining the site visit to the sample info table by visit ID. We end up with repeated site information, which is bad when we're storing it, but in this case it's okay because we need to use it this way. And we have all of the columns from site visit and all the columns from sample info. We can then join the fish info table to our new table based on sample ID. We have sample ID in here, sample ID in here. We join, and now we have all of the columns from all of the tables. Some of those columns are probably not that useful. Our primary keys, for example, now that things are joined together, we might not need them. We could drop those. We also might not be interested in the fork length if we just want the total number of salmon. So we can select the columns we want, and then we can filter just the rows that have species code of Chinook salmon, and we get the number of Chinook salmon by day. So that's kind of a little bit about filters, queries. There's lots more that you can do with queries, and it's pretty agnostic as to what platform you're using. All databases have the same basic idea behind querying, joining, filtering, and selecting. But back to setting up your database. What do you call things? Well, it's a good idea to keep your column names short and informative. Avoid any spaces or special characters that'll make it difficult to read into another program later. You also don't want to have the same column names in multiple tables if they actually mean different things, like sample date and lab analysis date. Call them sample date, lab date, not just date in both. Definitely don't have the same, don't have multiple columns in the same table with the same name. Most database programs won't even let you, so yeah. For example, sample date is good, date might not be so good. Distance underscore meters versus distance space parentheses, because this is going to give you problems. Bio volume better than the longer version, etc. And IEP put together a document of naming conventions, so if you're picking names for columns, we have some suggestions for you. That's available online. Missing values. You should always use the comment field to say why a value is missing. Don't put it in the value field. And you should use a single consistent indicator for missing values. You can just leave a blank space, which is often the easiest. There is potential for confusion if you don't have a good comment as to whether you just forgot to enter the data or the data is actually missing. NA is kind of the gold standard that everyone uses in data science for missing value. But if you have a numeric column and you try and put in a character NA, sometimes it doesn't work. Some people also use a -9999 or some other ridiculous looking value. I don't actually recommend that because if your data user isn't paying attention, they'll just take all your data, calculate the mean, and they're like, wait, why did we get -7,000 fish? That doesn't make any sense. So not my favorite, but it's possible. The comment field should be for why, not what. If you make the same comment again and again, that should be its own column. So something like the Seki was broken. That explains why we have a missing value. Or fish missing its tail. Cow poop in the water could have been causing that really low DO value, so we know that the DO value isn't a mistake. Now, if you see cow poop a lot, maybe you need a cow poop column, but in general. If you say dead fish, you're probably going to have a lot of dead fish. That might need to be its own column. Something like a genetic sample ID. If you're doing this on a regular basis, that should also be its own column. But if it's a special study that you're just doing once in a while, then yeah, put it in the columns. Comments. I'm not going to tell you how to build this database, but a few options. Microsoft Access. If you just have a small amount of data and are not a super computer nerd, that's the best way to go. It's easy to use, easy to set up, user-friendly, and has a lot of advanced functionality. There are rumors that Microsoft is going to stop supporting Access, but that hasn't happened yet, and there's no equivalent easy database program that I've seen. Esri products for geodatabases, if your data has a strong spatial component, that's a good option. More advanced options are SQL Server and custom-built databases. You can just have a lot of flat files that are linked based on primary keys, but there is the potential for things to get messed up there. So not my favorite. Some further reading in the resources, and I'm over time, so I will pass it on to the next person. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rosie. Yeah, we can always shift a little, maybe shave a couple minutes here and there off lunch or break. But let's pass it on next to Denise from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Hey, hello. I'm Denise Goodman with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Lodi. I'm going to be talking about data sharing by the Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Program, or EDSM. EDSM is a Delta Smelt sampling program. We sample Delta Smelt through the majority of their life cycle. But one of our major objectives is to support real-time water operations and management decisions. This was a huge point of emphasis when EDSM was first established in 2016 and 2017. It's one of the main justifications for our program. The actual official name of our program and our funding agreement is Real-Time Operations Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Program. So it's something that we really strive to do. Just to give you a sense of the scope of the program, since we were first established in December 2016, we've individually identified almost 500,000 fish. This is a Delta Smelt monitoring program, but we capture pretty much any fish species in the Delta. And since we're sampling Delta smelt throughout their life cycle, we use Kodiak trawls to sample juveniles and adults, but we also use 20mm trawls to sample larvae. And as you know, larval sampling has a whole other processing component, not just the data collection, not just the field collection, data entry, but there's also the lab processing as well. We also catch we've also caught 500,000 individual shrimp and jellyfish too. So that's a lot of data that we have to report, and this is probably hard to read, but it's just meant to convey the complexity of the data workflow. EDSM shares staff with the Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program, which is just as big of a program as EDSM. And so we have a lot of different things going on. Any given day, we could have 20-something field crew in the field collecting data, 2 to 4 crew in the office entering that data, 4 data managers, biologist supervisors. So it's a huge program that takes up a lot of resources. And a lot of those resources are devoted to the whole data process and data reporting. And so when EDSM was first established, we had to kind of think of some new ways to get our data entered and reported quicker so we could meet that real-time component. One thing we decided to do was to take pictures of our data sheets in the field. So instead of writing data on a data sheet, coming back, giving it to somebody, they enter it later, we would take a picture almost immediately after the sample was collected, send it back to the office, and the people in the office would enter that data pretty much right after it was collected. We also established this web services get data portal online. And so traditionally we would enter our data into an Access database on a server. You had to be in the office. It was very restrictive. And we were able to work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife IT in Denver to create this online portal. So you could enter data anywhere from the office or at home, but also created a backend for data users to have access to our database. And this has been essential for our partnerships with Delta Live and SacPAS. It's a way for them to get automatic access to our data and report our data in real time. So this was pretty essential to our real-time reporting process. So in general, how do agencies share data? Sharing data is a big part of the IEP, as we've been talking about. The DUG obviously deals with the whole data lifecycle, but then the science synthesis team also deals with data set integration. That's something I'll talk about later. And of course, EDSM isn't the first program to ever worry about sharing data. CDFW has a great website with interactive maps and catch data, an FTP site where you can download curated databases. But how does EDSM specifically share data? This is kind of a summary of pretty much everything we do. I'm going to go into most of these into a little more detail. The first way that we really established our real-time data reporting was through what we call our daily report. And so this was really manual when EDSM first started, before we figured out how to make things a little bit faster. Data sheets would come back at the end of the day. Someone would manually enter this into an Excel spreadsheet because it hadn't been entered into a database yet. Then they would summarize it, and then they'd send it out to a listserv by email. And this is to pretty much anyone who was interested in EDSM data, managers, other agencies, pretty much anyone who wanted to be on it. It's also posted every single day to our Fish and Wildlife website. You can see the link below. And we've worked to automate this a little bit over the years too. Like I mentioned, we take the data sheets and we enter those quicker so that now our effort is centered on getting the data into the database and QC'd as much as possible, that by the end of the day, then we have an R script that we just run that takes, just a couple of minutes, generates a file, and then we put it into an email and send it out. So we've developed ways to make that a lot faster over time and kind of reduce that manual component. Another one of our major products is our weekly Delta Smelt Abundance Report. This kind of translates the catch data into actual population abundance information. And this is really useful to managers who want to know what's going on with the Delta Smelt population. It's intended to tell you exactly how many, or within a confidence level, how many Delta Smelt are actually out there in any given week. And it's also really useful because it has these nice catch maps that tell you where we sampled, where Delta Smelt were caught, where they weren't, how abundance indices have changed over time. And this report's generated by Laura Mitchell, a statistician in our office, and also posted to our website, and it's generated every week. Another curated report that we have is for the Smelt monitoring team. We send this out every week during the water operations season, and we really tried to tailor this report for what the Smelt monitoring team is looking for, and it helped aid them in the recommendations to the water operations management team. So it has things like the total Delta Smelt catch total over the water year, catch maps with both Delta Smelt and longfin smelt, just anything that we think would be useful to the Smelt monitoring team. And this goes out every week. We also post our data in pretty much real time on Delta Live. Like I mentioned before, this is through that web services direct link to our online database portal. And this is really great because it's all automated. The data is reported almost immediately. And we've been going through an effort lately working with Delta Live to curate our page and kind of make it mimic some of the other reports that we have, like our daily report and even our Smelt monitoring team report. So we can, again, reduce the manual component and spend a lot of the effort up front designing the tables, designing what we want to show, making it completely automated, and then reducing that manual component. So that's kind of where we're heading. So maybe instead of having to run a report every single day for the daily report, we could just have it automated on Delta Live and send people there. That'll make our data more accessible because it's not just people who know about it and are on the listserv, but it's pretty much anyone who goes to Delta Live or happens upon it on the internet, and also people who are looking for it. So this is going to make our data a lot more accessible, also a lot more automated, so easier for us. Delta Live is great because it has all the tables, it has all the catch information, and also has these really nice interactive maps, catch data, not just Delta Smelt, but pretty much any species that you want to look at. Similarly, our data is also posted on SacPAS for some of their salmon and smelt monitoring team pages, and they have curated tables, and they also have access to that web services link, so direct access to our database, and it's automated automatically in real time. And everything I've talked about before is real-time preliminary data, but we also post our data on EDI, which will be talked about later in the presentation. But this is where you want to go if you actually want to use EDSM for a scientific product that you want to publish. This has gone through the whole QA/QC process, but it's not in real time. It takes almost a year to get up there. But this is going to be the most accurate data. Everything else, hasn't really gone through the QA/QC process, but it's out in real time. And one other thing that EDSM does to share our data is integrated data sets. EDSM is part of a lot of collaborative groups that are working on Delta Smelt research. One is the Delta Smelt supplementation effort, and we've helped curate a data set that ties together all Delta Smelt catch data since supplementation began in December 2021. And this ties together any Delta Smelt catch data from any agency, salvage, pretty much anyone seeing Delta Smelt, and we put it all in the same format and into one data set. And Rosie Hartman's turned that into a cool shiny app where you can also see some interactive maps and look at the data on a map. And we're also part of the Directed Outflow Project, which is a collaborative group that does a lot of Delta Smelt research. And this diagram is meant to convey the complexity of everything that happens to every single Delta Smelt caught by the monitoring agencies. A lot of different things happen to them. And the effort here is to try and tie the catch data to some of that downstream data. And this is especially important for something like genetics, where that could actually change the species ID or change your original catch data. And we need a better way to tie them together. So we created this, or we're in the process of creating an integrated data set that will tie together all the catch data to all these different downstream data, and then help us get that downstream data tied better with our data in our database. And some lessons learned and where we're going in the future. Real-time reporting is really useful to managers, but it's also extremely resource intensive. It's one of the reasons that EDSM requires so many resources. But the more efficient you are, the more data you'll be able to collect, and a higher sample size usually means higher certainty in whatever you're trying to say. Ways to get to that efficiency is automate wherever you can. I've mentioned that a few times already, but you know, things like Bay Delta Live, R scripts instead of manual queries, just automate as much as possible and spend the time upfront designing your automation so that it's easier later. Reuse reports wherever possible. We do have a lot of targeted reports, but where we can, we do try and reuse them so we don't have, you know, one specific script or product for every single different thing we do. And something that we're looking to do in the future is electronic data entry. Of course, electronic data entry has pros and cons to it, but when one of your main objectives is real-time data entry, I think the pros probably outweigh the cons because it removes a lot of the time-consuming steps, and it's going to help you report your data faster. And one thing I think we could maybe improve on as a community is integrating data sets earlier. I think there's a lot of great work being done to integrate data sets after data is collected, after it's gone through the QA/QC process, a lot of synthesis efforts. But if we tried to integrate these data sets earlier, I think it would help tie data together in earlier stages and help managers make getting decisions by having the whole picture and everything tied together at an earlier stage of the data collection process. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Next up, we have Dave Bosworth from DWR talking about coded data access.
All right. Thanks, Kat. All right. So, morning, everybody. I'm Dave Bosworth. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm also one of the co-chairs of the Data Utilization Working Group, or DUG. So today we're gonna kind of switch gears a little bit and talk about get into some R coding here. But Denise's talk was a good segue into coded data access. So we're talking about accessing data using the R programming language. So just want to mention that this is a large topic. So it's this is meant to be like a brief overview at a beginner to intermediate level. And I think that someone might put the link to the code that I'll be using in this tutorial in the chat. So you could open that up and follow along if you would like. All right. Great. So first of all, what do we even mean when we're talking about coded data access? So I like to think of it as using code to import data into R, and the key is from an external or non-local and open source. This is not importing data from your hard drive or from a shared network or even SharePoint. Typically, this is accessing data, open data from an online source, such as like an online data portal or data repository. All right, great. So just to give you a brief overview of kind of what we're going to talk about here for the next 30 or so minutes, we're going to get into a few simple methods in order to accomplish this. Then we're going to get into a few dedicated R packages that help with accessing data. And these are kind of specific to the Bay Delta and IEP. And then we're going to get real specific and talk about some IEP integrated data sets and some R packages to access those. Before we get into the code here, I just want to just briefly explain why even bother trying to do this. I find that this is a pretty convenient way and efficient way of writing code, and it's my preferred method if you want to have a reproducible workflow, since you're accessing data that's open and available online. So another nice thing is that you're able to better keep track of your updates because it's written in your code. And so versioning is really nice, but you do want to be aware of changing versions in your data source, and we'll get more into that in the Q&A and kind of how you could deal with that kind of thing. All right, so first we'll talk about a couple of simple methods. First one is using a read CSV function with a URL as the file path, and the second one is a two-step method that's you first use the download file function to download your file, and then you import it into your R workspace. All right. So let's get into the first one here. Using read CSV with a URL. So you could use read_CSV or read.csv, whatever you prefer. I like to use the tidyverse versions of my code. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. So if you take a look at this example here, so we're at the day flow. We have the day flow results for 2023 on the CNRA data portal. If you look at this URL that links to this data, you'll see that it points to a CSV file. So this is really a great workflow when your URL points to a CSV file. So if we copy this URL, and then we paste it into the read CSV function here as the path, you get your data imported into R, and you can start working with it. So as simple as that. Let's see. Realize it'd be nice to have a laser pointer here. There you go. Cool. All right. So the second simple method here is download.file and then import. So this this might be a necessary workflow when you are working with certain type of file types from online sources like Excel files, PDF, or zip files. It might be required to actually download the file first to your local computer and then import it from there into R. So we'll kind of go with another example here, and we're going to work with the environmental monitoring program discrete water quality data package. This is on EDI, or the Environmental Data Initiative that we've been talking about before. And so if you go to this web page and you right-click on the download button here for this first data file, and then you click on copy link address, then you get this nice URL here. So then if you paste that in, or you use that URL in this download file as your path, and then the second argument here in this download file function is where you're saving this file to temporarily. So I normally use a temporary directory so it doesn't stick around for too long, and then you just give it a name, whatever you'd want. So once you do that, it downloads the file for you. And then the second step is using a read CSV function and giving it the path to that temporary file that you just downloaded. And then voila, there you go. There's your data. All right. So next up, I'm going to cover 3 dedicated R packages that help you access online data. And the first one is going to be, I'm going to cover is EDI utils, and that's for kind of working with the Environmental Data Initiative. Second one is data retrieval, and that's working with USGS NWIS data, or the National Water Information System. And then the third is CDER, and that's helps you access the data from CDEC, or the California Data Exchange Center. So first up is EDI utils. Like I said, this is an API client for the Environmental Data Initiative, or EDI, that we like to call it here. So this allows you to search, access, and upload data from EDI into your R environment. These slides will be made available after the workshop. So I wanted to include some links to some documentation and installation references here for future, so you could click on these later. All right, so I'm going to highlight some of the functions in this package by running through an example. And the example I'm going to use is, again, the discrete water quality data collected by the Environmental Monitoring Program at IEP. And this data is found on as a data package on EDI. So if we go to this URL and we do a simple search, and we search for IEP and EMP, we get a kind of table of results. And if you take a look at the third result down, this is the data package we're interested in. And over to the right, you can see there's a package ID, and it's EDI 458.10. So just got to remember that. So So to start this example off, we'll load the package, and then we'll define a few elements that will help us in the later in the example. So EDI scope is EDI, and then the package ID is 458. All right. So we have our you find our package ID and all that, and now we kind of want to know what are all the revisions that this package has gone through. So we could use this list data package revisions function. If we use that and we define the scope and the identifier that we just defined earlier, it'll give you a vector of package revisions. You can see there's been 10 package revisions. And if you actually went to the website, you would see that this is confirmed here. This is what you would see. So a nice optional argument for the list data package revisions function is this filter equals newest argument. That actually just gives you the latest version number. So in this case, it would return the number 10. And then we can just kind of use a little paste these elements together to create an EDI ENP package ID. So we'll do that, and we'll define that for later. Next up is we want to know, okay, what are some of the data components within this data package? There could be more than one data component or data entity within a data package. So we kind of want to see what exists here in this data package. So here's our code from before. And if we use this read data entity names function and we provide it the package ID that we just created, it'll provide this data frame for you of all the data entities that exist in this data package. So it's a 2-column data frame. The first is the entity ID that kind of provides this long hash code for that helps link or provide a link to the data. And then this entity name is actually kind of what you want to be looking for. This is actually kind of a more user-friendly description of the data entity. If you were to go to the website again, this is what you would see, and that matches what we have here. So just kind of proof of concept here, just making sure that it's doing the right thing. So, okay, continuing on with this example. So now we want to read some data into our environment. So now we could use the read data entity function and EDI utils. We're interested in this first entity here, the ENP, this discrete water quality data. So we were going to focus on that one. If we just pull that entity ID just for that first element, and then we use the read data entity function and provide the package ID and the entity ID within that function, it'll import the data. But notice this is a 2-step process because read data entity imports your data as raw bytes, and so you need to use a reader function with it. In this case, we're going to use read CSV. So we do that, and then there you go. There's your data. All right. So kind of a quick overview of EDI utils. There's a lot more in there, so check it out if you're curious. So next, our package is data retrieval, and this allows you to load USGS data into your R environment, and it has both NWIS and WQP web services. NWIS is the National Water Information System, and WQP stands for the Water Quality Portal, and that has data from US EPA, USDA, and USGS. And again, here's some package documentation for you. So we'll start off mainly focusing on the NWIS web services side of things, and I'll briefly show you how to use a few of the WQP web service functions later. So again, we're going to walk through some of the package functions by running through an example. And so we're going to work with this Sacramento River at Freeport USGS station. And just something to note here, each USGS station has a unique 8-digit identifier, and this is the identifier for the station that we're interested in. And for the purpose of this example, we're going to work with instantaneous or 15-minute specific conductance data collected there. So first thing you want to know is maybe like some site information about your station. So you could use the what NWIS sites function to get some information. When you run that, it'll provide a handy little table for you, and it'll provide you some lat and longs and some other metadata for that station. Next thing you might be wanting to know about the station is what data is available there. And so the what NWIS data function allows you to gather some information about what data is being collected. And so we'll use this what NWIS data function, and you provide the site number, and then this is an optional argument for service, and that stands for UV stands for instantaneous data. So we're just focusing on the instantaneous data or 15-minute data that's collected here. And it kind of puts off a pretty large table, so I use the glimpse function to kind of show you all of it. But I just want to highlight a few things that are a few elements on this table that are useful. First is the parm CD column, or that stands for USGS parameter code. You can see that they're 5-digit codes, and unless you really are familiar with USGS data, those don't really mean much to you. But we'll get into that later to how to decode those. The second thing I want to point out is at the very end we have begin date, end date, and count number. So this is kind of the period of record and sample count for each of these parameters at the station. So it's kind of nice to know. So now we're going to get into these parameter codes. So within the data retrieval R package, there is a file or a table called the parameter CD file. And when you just print that off in your R console, it provides a complete list of USGS parameter codes. And you can see that there's a column for each parameter code, and then kind of like a nice description of like actually what it stands for and the units that it's in. So this is pretty helpful. But I guess, it's not as helpful as you want, maybe because it has all of the parameter codes. So, you could search this table to learn more about the parameter codes that you're interested in. One way of doing that is by using this link here that I provided to a USGS website, and this helps with searching for parameter codes. You could also just use some R code to filter this table down, and this is the filtered code list, and this is for just the parameters that are collected at the Freeport station that we're interested in. So like I said, we are interested in specific inductance. So I highlighted that here. Our parameter code that we need to use for that is 00095. So now we're ready to read our data in to our workspace. So now we're going to use the read NWIS UV function. The UV, I guess, stands for instantaneous data, or maybe it's like unit value. I'm not sure, but this is the function you'd use to import instantaneous data for one or more stations and parameters from NWIS. In our example here, we were providing our site number, our parameter code, and then there's some optional arguments here that you can specify your start and end date and your time zone. If you just left those blank, it would basically give you the entire period of record and the UTC time zone. When you run this, it does the import for you and imports it into your R workspace. And here's your data. So this column here, it starts with an X and has the parameter code. This is your values, your data values. And then I just wanted to note that just to the right of it, there's this column that ends with CD, and this is the quality code for this data. And so typically there's just a couple of quality codes in USGS data. One is approved, and that's A, and P stands for provisional. And you can see this is provisional, just something to keep in mind. Sometimes provisional data is subject to change. I did just want to note that you could use more than one station and parameter in this function. So if you wanted to do that, you could just provide a character vector for each one of these arguments with more than one code. And that's how you accomplish that. I'm not going to get into it too much, but I just wanted, there's a kind of like a related function to this instantaneous data function. It's for importing daily data, and it's read NWIS DV. And so it basically it works the same way. but there's an additional stat CD argument, and that that defines the aggregation function for the daily values. And so if you don't provide anything for that, it's just going to give you daily means. But if you specifically wanted something else, you can provide that code. And here's some of the common ones you might want to use. And here is a link to all of them if you're so curious. So now we're just going to briefly just whiz by a few of the WQP functions because I don't have a ton of time here. So first, the first one I want to note is if you want to just get station information, you could use the what WQP sites. It's pretty similar to what I just showed you before for the NWIS side of things. If you want a data availability table, you could use this read WQP summary function. And if you want to import data, you would use this read WQP QW function. They all work pretty similar to the other functions I just showed you. I did want to note that for all WQP functions, you need this USGS dash prefix for the site code. So you can see that here. I provided that in all of these. That's one minor difference. That's about all I got for the WQP functions. If you want to learn more, obviously refer to the package documentation for more information. And I just also want to note that if you're interested in downloading discrete water quality data that USGS collects, this is the read WQP function is what you're going to want to use for that. All right, now we're going to get into the last dedicated R package, and that's CEDAR. This is a web API client for the California Data Exchange Center, or CDEC. Again, this allows you to import data into your R environment from CDEC, and here's your package documentation and installation information. I do want to note that there are a few other R packages out there in the wild that allow you to interact and download access data from CDEC. One of them is CDEC Retrieve, and another one is Sharpshoot R, but I'm more familiar with this one, so this is what we're going to cover in this tutorial. So the first thing you might want to know is kind of some basic information about your station from CDEC. And so again, we're going to walk through just a real brief example. In this case, I'm going to work with the Sacramento River at Freeport Station again. We just worked with the prior example. The three-letter code for that station in CDEC is FPT. So if we provide that to the CDEC meta function, it'll actually open up a web browser window for you, and it'll provide kind of basically it's the web browser window that has all the station information that you might want to use. It has some location info, and then it has some data availability info, what's collected there, what's the sensor number and duration and all that. It's kind of nice to know this for when you're setting up your data query. So for this example, we're going to work with turbidity data collected here at this station, and you could just keep a note that the sensor number is 221, and we're going to work with event data. So next up is downloading this data from CDEC. So we could use the CDEC query function. And so when we run this, we'll specify our station here with the station code FPT, and then this is our sensor number that I just pointed out, 221, and then our durations is a E standing for event. If you wanted a different duration value, you could provide it in this argument. Here's the ones that are available. You could also have the option to provide start and end date. Again, if you don't provide those, I think it would end up just giving you the entire period of record, which is probably would take a really long time because there's a lot of data on CDEC. Again, like the USGS package, you could use this function for more than one station and sensor at a time. So in that case, again, you would just provide a character vector with more than one element for the stations and sensors arguments here. When you run this here, it provides your data and you're ready to go. All right, so last up, we're going to cover some of the IEP integrated data sets and some R packages that allow you to work with them. So we're going to talk about these four here. I just want to mention that these are not available on CRAN, so you need to use the DevTools install GitHub function to install these packages. And each GitHub site for these packages has instructions on how to do so. And additionally, if you have a Windows computer, like many of us do, you also need to have R tools installed, which is not R. It's actually a separate software, and you need to have this installed. And so in order to do that, you could visit this link, and it gives you some instructions and how to download and all that. So we're going to get into the first one here, Delta Fish. So this provides an easy query access to the very large published EDI dataset of IEP fish abundance and length data. This is a long-term dataset that has data from 9 surveys. And here's alphabet soup here for you. I'm not going to read these, but these are all the surveys that are available in this data package. And then here's the link to this R package on GitHub. And then this is the link to the actual data repository it's pulling data from. This is a really nice package if you're just wanting a subset of this data. If you were to download this data and try to work with it in R, it takes an extremely long time. So this is actually like a time saver. This kind of helps you do things a lot more quickly, access and query data a lot more quickly. So first step for working with this data package is we're going to build and load the database. And so when you load Delta Fish and then you run this function called create fish DB, this will actually cache a local copy on your computer. And this is actually only necessary to do once for each EDI update after you install this package. So that's kind of nice because it does take quite a while. If you do know that there is a new version on EDI, you could use the update equals true argument within this function, and that it'll rebuild the cache database for you. Next up is opening just the 2 data files that exist in this database. And so that's using the functions open survey and open fish, and we'll name them serve and fish here in our R environment so we can work with them. Then we want to build and run our query from this database. So the nice thing about this R package is that you could use dplyr functions to build your query. So if you're fluent in the dplyr R package from the tidyverse, then this is pretty simple to do, and you don't have to know actual SQL programming language to do this. So in this example, we're gonna pull some data from the fall midwater trawl and from the survey table. And then we're going to filter to just 3 fish species from the fish table. And then we're going to join them together using a left join, which is also from dplyr. And that basically kind of builds your query. But if you actually want to run the query and import the data into R, you would use this dplyr collect function. Once you do that, it runs the query, imports it in, and here's your data. And it's probably much faster than doing this from the entire data set. All right, next up, we're going to talk briefly about the Zooper R package. This allows for you to download and integrate the IEP zooplankton data from 7 surveys. And that, again, a very long-term record here, again, available on GitHub. And then I just want to note that this data set is periodically published on EDI, and here's a link to that as a static version. If you want the most recent zooplankton data, then you would want to use this R package to do the downloading integration for you. Most of us are just going to use one function from this package. It's zoopsynther. This does the downloading and integrating for you. I just want to point out a couple of the arguments that you could specify within this function that are important to know. First is data type, and you need to use this argument to choose between the 2 approaches that this R package uses to resolve differences in taxonomic resolution. So if you use the taxa argument here for data type, it will give you all available data on the given taxa. But if you want to do more of a community analysis, then you should use the community argument here. Also want to mention a few other things you could specify, such as response, the response variable. In this case, we're doing the cache per unit effort and biomass per unit effort. So you can you could specify that. Also, the sources that you want to integrate and the size classes that you're interested in, and a date range. You run that, does the downloading and integration for you, and then you're ready to move on to your analysis. So another our package that helps you work with IEP integrated data sets is the discrete WQ R package. This is for water quality data or discrete water quality data that all the IEP agencies collect. This has a ton of different surveys in it for a very long period of time. Again, gigantic alphabet soup here, but if you're interested, there they are. They're all the surveys that are in this integrated data set. It's available on GitHub, and then again, like the Zuper package, this data set is periodically published on EDI as a static version, but if you want the most recent version of this data, you should just use this R package to get your data. The function that you would use to do your data access is the WQ function. Again, you can specify the data sources that you're interested in and your start and your end year. Pretty simple. When you do so, it'll import your data for you that you queried. Last integrated IEP data set that I want to touch on is the Delta Mapper R package. This provides spatial data for the SF Bay Delta. This is something I use a lot if you're making maps or doing spatial analysis. All the data objects in this R package are stored in the SF format, or that stands for simple features, or I like to think of it as spatial features. And then there's four kind of main data types. So we have waterway data, region data, habitat data, and station and point data, and each of these have a prefix to kind of denote which kind of data type it is. If you're curious about this package and what data exists in it, then I definitely recommend to use this link and check it out. It's a helpful README file. Just to kind of show you an example of one of the data objects that are within this package. Here's the WW Delta data spatial data object. This is the Delta waterways. When you load this into your R console or R session, it kind of it provides a table here, right? So that's I guess okay, but really the beauty of this is that you could then use these data objects to create maps or do spatial analysis. So here's just a real quick example of creating a map of this spatial data, and you can see it's a nice base map of waterways and the bay, and you could use this for your maps. This is great. So that's about it. There's a lot of other topics we could get into here, but I just kind of wanted to give you a brief overview. But a few other resources here that might help you in your coded data access journey is if you were interested in some web scraping, I would highly recommend checking out the ArcGIS package. If you have a PDF file that you have online that you want to extract data from, then I would suggest trying to use the PDF tools package. The content ID package is kind of an interesting one that helps you work with external data through content identifiers. I won't get into that here, but it's kind of, if you're curious about that, then check out this link. And then here's the code from this tutorial. And again, this is on GitHub. So if you want to go back to any of that code that I showed, this is where you could find it. And that concludes my talk. Hope you found it to be useful.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave. And thanks, Rosie, for posting all the links.
Yeah, thanks. That's a lot of links.
A lot of links.
Yeah.
We will, like I mentioned, send out the resource spreadsheet. It might have been posted in this chat already of a lot of these links. So you'll be able to refer to those later. But feel free to ask if you need a link repasted. So we're going to move into the next session of today's workshop, which will be focused on metadata and data publication. So I'll turn it over to Trinh to share his presentation.
All right. So welcome, everyone. This is our data legacy, metadata, and data publication best practices. My name is Trinh Nguyen. I'm a senior ES specialist working here at the Interagency Ecological Program within the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And by the end of this training, I hope to be able to provide you all with a detailed look at what metadata and data publication best practices are. I'll provide you with some practical guidance to these concepts on how to apply them, and also highlight some opportunities to work with the IEP on incorporating these concepts to our system. That being said, though, I'd like to just note that this is an abbreviated version of a longer training that I would like to put on later on this year. And in that training, I will go more in depth on the concepts that I introduced today. There will also be a workshop component in which I'll have more time to showcase some of the practical guidance that I highlight today. And also you'll be able to bring your own data sets to apply these concepts to them. And so if that sounds useful, please keep an eye out on your inbox and I will send out that email when I am ready. For today's training, though, I'll first go over the vision that I have for why I think these concepts are so important for our system. I'll then go into defining what metadata and data publication best practices are, what are their benefits, how do we accomplish them, and then I'll end talking about the culture that we have to develop and embrace if we want to be successful in incorporating these concepts. And so, as many of you all know, IEP collects a lot of data. And we collect a lot of data across space and time, meaning we collect a lot of data at different regions within the estuary, throughout the estuary. And we also collect data during different times of year throughout the entire year. And so this results in us having collected a lot of raw data every season. But having a lot of raw data doesn't necessarily make it automatically into useful data. Data is only valuable and impactful if used and if it's used correctly. And so here I have a diagram of 3 levels of data: raw data, usable data, and useful data. And to go from one to the next, there are various requirements. So to make your raw data into usable data, your users have to be able to discover it. They have to be able to access it, and it has to be relevant to the questions that they have. To go from usable data to useful data, you have to have documentations to guide your users on how they can use your data correctly, how they can interpret your data correctly to get to the correct conclusions. You also have to update your data regularly so that your users can answer relevant, up-to-date questions that they might have. And so obviously there's a lot of extra work that you have to do beyond just collecting and publishing the data if you want to make your raw data as usable and useful as possible. And that's one of the main differences between what a data producer does and what a data steward does. And so for a data producer, they go out and they collect the data and they work up and QA, QC the data, and then they publish that data. But how the users find that data, access that data, use the data is beyond the scope of what a data producer does. A data steward, on the other hand, is a data producer, but they continue to be a conduit between their data users and their data. Essentially, they can do this directly, in which the users come to them to ask questions about how to find, access, and use their data. Or they can do this indirectly, in which documentations are created to be published alongside the data set that then guides their users on how to use their data set correctly. And I think this shift in viewing ourselves not as data producers, but as data stewards is one of the most important things that we need to do if we want to make our data as usable as possible. And ultimately, I think this is something that is really important for us to do. You probably heard of the phrase best available science and how our management actions should be based on best available science. And that makes sense, right? Because it's probably then that theoretically the management action will be the most effective when we best understand our system. What you may not have heard of as often is, though, that best available science actually depends on best available data. And so ultimately, it all begins with the raw data that we collect. And it is through this raw data that shapes our understanding of our system. And it is through that understanding of our system that then shapes how we can manage our system and if we manage our system correctly. The other point, though, of why I think it's so important to put in this extra work is due to this process called information loss or information entropy. And this phenomenon basically states that the information content of your data set will naturally decrease over time. And this natural decrease is due to the human memory. So when you first start out with your sampling program going out to sample your data, you know very well the specific and general details of your sampling protocols that leads to the data that you have collected. As time goes on, though, and logistics change, your environment changes, your sampling protocol probably will also change. And as your sampling protocol changes, you will potentially forget about the specific and general details of your older sampling protocols because you don't really need to remember that to execute the current sampling protocol. But that doesn't change the fact that that older sampling protocol was what created the older data set in the first place. And so if you want to still have access to the data that was collected before, you still need to remember the specific and general details associated with how you collected that old data in the first place. The good news is to be able to deal with information loss is fairly straightforward. All you have to do is identify the specific and general details that are required to unlock that information, and then just record it down. And that process essentially makes up the concept of metadata. And so before we jump into metadata, I'd like to just get a sense of where everyone's at in terms of how comfortable they are with the concept of metadata. So you can follow the link that Rosie put in the chat. It goes to a Mentimeter. And if you can take a minute or two to answer these questions, then we can go from there. Okay, I don't know how you did it, Kat, but I'm not getting the live version of this. But anyway,
You said click present.
I had to click present. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. So I think this is what I was somewhat expecting, that most people have at least heard of the term metadata and have a basic understanding of what it is. So hopefully I'll be able to provide you all with at least a little bit more information on it so that it makes you a little bit more comfortable with the concept. Okay. Thank you. So metadata is defined fairly straightforward as data about your data. And there are many different types of metadata out there, but I just want to highlight that what type is important is based entirely on the field that you're in and the system that you're in. And so, for example, here at IEP, we collect a lot of ecological data, and a lot of our data sets are long-term data sets. And so historical metadata is one type of metadata that is extremely important for our system. But overall, metadata will be able to provide us with critical content text to help us understand, manage, find, access, and use the raw data that we have. And so to give you all a more concrete understanding of how useful metadata can actually be, here's an example of a 5-row mini columns of raw data. And I hope the first thing that jumps into your mind is just how unusable this raw data is in its current form. If I give you this data table in its current form, you probably don't know what these columns are about. You don't know what this data set is about, and therefore you don't really know how you can even use this data set to begin with. And so now let's make it a little bit more useful by introducing just one layer of metadata that a lot of people don't realize is metadata. And so that's the column names. And so here, with just this one layer of column names, this data set of raw data becomes a lot more useful. We realize now that there's name data here, sex data, age data, and when you pair that with the ticket, fare, cabin, embarked column, then you might be able to come to the conclusion that this might be a passenger information data set of some sort of vessel, right? But that can be gleaned from just one layer of metadata. We can add another layer of metadata. This is a variable key. And these keys are really important, especially if your data set uses abbreviations for your column names, like a lot of IEP surveys do. And so, for example, the column embarked here is actually the port of embarkation. And then the levels within this column all represents European towns. And so with this next layer of metadata, we can now update our mental model of this data set being passenger information data set of perhaps a ship that travels between European countries. Now we can add another layer of metadata, and this is the variable notes, which gives you more specific information about your data columns. Take, for example, the age column here. It says that age is fractional if it's less than 1. If age is estimated, it's in the form of 0.5. And so if I was a researcher and I was interested in the age column, I now have justification to remove any data that is in the form of 0.5 if I didn't want to work with estimated data. Another variable of interest here is P class. And P class stands for the proxy of socioeconomic status, first, second, or third class. And so this is a fairly archaic concept. So now we kind of have a time period information to stick into our mental model of what this data set actually is. And so hopefully at this point, across these 3 layers of metadata, you can perhaps guess what this data set is about and what this data set is of. Here's the last layer of metadata, and it's a boat deck diagram of where the cabins are located for the first, second, or third class passengers. And so hopefully at this point, you were able to arrive at the conclusion that this is the passenger data set of the Titanic. And going through that exercise, I just want to highlight just how powerful these metadata layers are in making the raw data set usable. And obviously the metadata layer themselves can tell you exactly what this data set is, tell you exactly what these the data columns are, right? And like the abstract and the title of the data set are metadata layers in themselves. And so I just wanted to highlight here, metadata can be extremely useful. And that's why metadata matters so much, because it allows you to build a foundation that then the legacy of your data set can rest upon, right? The Titanic sank more than 100 years ago. But because the metadata was recorded and upkept all this time, we're still able to utilize that data set today. Okay, moving on to the second polling question. Before we get into the IEP data sets, how important do you think comprehensive metadata is for IEP dataset. So it's the same link. I think you just go to the second question, if you can take a moment to answer that, please. Okay. So it seems like I need to find that one person that said it's only important and not extremely important. But yeah, so I agree. It should be extremely important because it allows us directly to utilize our raw data to its fullest potential if we want to learn anything about our system. Okay. So moving on to talking about our IEP data sets. Our data sets are actually fairly unique in that they are all long-term data sets, with the oldest one being the Summer Townet beginning in 1959. They're also unique in that they're all ecological data sets, but they target different things. So some look at phytoplankton, zooplankton, some look at abiotic water quality and nutrient data. Some look at shrimp, fish, larval fish, adult fish. And so there's a lot of moving parts and complexities to our IEP data set. And because of that, I just wanted to highlight the importance of one type of metadata that is specific to our IEP dataset, and that's historical metadata. And so historical metadata refers to the documentation of the origin, modifications, and movements of the data over time. And again, extremely important for us because of our long-term nature, the long-term nature of our surveys. But it's also really important because we have a tendency to focus only on documenting our current metadata, our current sampling protocols. And again, that doesn't change the fact that our older protocols were what created the older data in the first place. And so if we wanted to understand our system through time, all of the data that we collected through time, we have to know the metadata for that entire time period. So here's an example of the yearly changes, or some of the yearly changes of the SLS, which is the Smelt Larval Survey ran by the CDFW. We can see here that the project started in 2009, and over time, additional sampling months have been added before and after the original time span sampling season. And then we also see that additional stations have been added or removed from the Napa River and the San Pablo Bay over time. And so let's say I was a researcher interested in studying the Napa River and larval fish, and the larval fishes in the Napa River, and I wanted to utilize the Smelt Larval Survey. It would be really critical for me to know this historical metadata. I might be wondering why from 2009 to 2014, there isn't any catch data within the Napa River stations. Same thing from 2019 to 2022, even though there's data in between. Was it because sampling wasn't done, or was it because there were just no catches at those stations? And so that's the type of thing that makes historical metadata really useful. So hopefully at this point, I've at least made the case that metadata is extremely important and extremely important to our IEP surveys. But where do we get started in documenting rich metadata for our raw data? And the key thing to know, to understand, to get started with this is to recognize that data sets, regardless of their specific content, all share common elements of metadata. And so if you can theoretically create a list of these standardized elements across all of our data sets, it then allows you to facilitate consistency in how we document our metadata. And so here's an example of a list of standardized elements. You can see that its title, PI, publication date, abstract, all of these elements are theoretically can be shared among all of our IEP surveys. And so when you have a list of these standardized elements, that's called a metadata standard. And so if we are able to adopt a metadata standard, it basically enables it, it basically increases the ease of use for all parties, for the data steward, for the data users, for the community as a whole. And there are many different metadata standards out there, but one that I would like to highlight is called EML, or Ecological Metadata Language. EML was first created in 1997, and over the decades have had a lot of feedback from the ecology community, and that has essentially made it so that the language is specifically curated for ecological data. And so that's one really nice characteristic of the language that is applicable to our data. The other characteristic is just the format that the authors of EML have opted to use. Technically, it's called XML, or in the language of XML, but all that is just a nested list of your elements and attributes. And so here's an example. Here's what EML actually looks like. They're just nested list of information. But because of these two characteristics, one being curated specifically for ecological data, and the next being the structure that it has, it's actually fairly ideal for describing complicated ecological data. So to give you a more concrete example of EML and how applicable it is and how easy it is to use, here is EML applied to the SLS. We see here there are 3 layers of metadata, 3 levels of metadata, with the first level being the name of the survey, SLS. The second layer is the creator, the third is the organization name. And so if you read this backwards, you essentially get the information that you would be interested in. So IEP is the organization that created the SLS. And so you can then go on to add additional layers of metadata. Here's a more complicated layer, which is the data entity layer. Within this, we see that this data set has a data table named catch CSV, which is described as the fish catch data of the Smelt larval survey. It has a specific size on your hard drive, and there are several columns within the CSV, one being the date when sampling occurred, another being the station at which sampling occurred. And so I hope that you can see that because of this structure, even though it sounds complicated, it's actually fairly readable, and it's flexible enough to describe a whole lot of different information using the same file structure. And so that's essentially the practical guidance that I have for creating rich metadata within our system. And that is to simply adopt EML. Have this as a starting point. EML is again made with ecological data in mind. It's very comprehensive, and most importantly, it's extendable because of the structure that it has. And this is really important for us at IEP because of the historical metadata component of our data set, the long-term nature of our data set that we have to account for. Historical metadata isn't really as pronounced in EML as we would like, but because of the extendable nature of the language, we can simply just add this as one additional type to also document alongside everything else that EML identifies. Another reason why I am picking EML or recommending EML is that it's the officially supported standard for EDI, which you've all heard about earlier in the earlier talks as the recommended data repository that IEP for IEP surveys to publish into. And EDI is really nice in that they provide infrastructure. They have infrastructure in place to help guide users through this documentation process. And two tools that I'd like to just highlight very quickly is Easy EML and EML Assembly Line, or EAL. And so when you make an account with EDI, you can then access Easy EML. Easy EML will always give you this welcome prompt, which describes in a lot of details how you can use this wizard, this tool. There's also a short demo video on YouTube that will guide you through it as well, if that is easier for you to use. But essentially, all it is on the left here, you have a list of all of the metadata elements that you are expected to fill out. And within each of these elements, if for some reason you are confused about what you need to record within each of these fields, they have these question marks all over the place. And you can click on those question marks to get additional details, additional help as to what they are looking for you to fill out for this element. Another useful feature are these checks that occurs in the background as you are filling out your Easy EML metadata documentation. So essentially, as you're writing through and filling out all this information, if at the end of this, for some reason, one of these checks are still red, you can simply click on them and it'll tell you exactly what you're missing, what you still need to fill in. And so I find that really helpful as basically a guide to make sure that you're on track. And then the last feature that's really nice is if you then decide to publish to EDI, you can submit the package to the data curation team from EDI. And that essentially allows you to tap into a team that have seen thousands of different data publications, and they can serve as a second pair of very experienced eyes on your data set before it gets published to the public. And so there's a lot of nice things going for Easy EML. EML assembly line, or EAL, does basically the same thing as Easy EML in creating that rich metadata, but it's geared more towards users that know how to use R, because everything is done programmatically through R. And so if you have experience working in R, and it's really important for you to automate your data publication process, then I would recommend checking out Easy or EAL here. And it's available on the GitHub page. And if you need, the Doug has also worked with Colin Smith, who is one of the authors at EDI of this package, to create a guide for you to work through. And this is on the IEP website under the Doug tab. And then if for some reason Easy EML or EAL don't work for you, then we have also created these Word documents that are essentially metadata templates that identify your metadata elements and define them. And so you can just go through and follow this template and also fill this out to record rich metadata for your raw data. Okay, here is the next question before we jump into data publication. Which tool can you see yourself using to document rich metadata? And so I'm curious to see what the answers are here. And this doesn't have to be what you're currently using now. This can just be if you're open to checking it out. Okay. Seems pretty split, actually. And I'm actually surprised there are so many people using EAL. It might just be the audience that decided to come to these to this workshop. Okay. Cool. Yeah, if you have a chance, I would say Easy EML is a pretty nice tool, even if you are fairly advanced, and then you can take that knowledge and apply it to EAL fairly easily. Okay, so moving on to data publication. So data publication is the process of making our research data publicly available to facilitate the discovery, access, use, and reuse of our data. I have here a diagram of the data lifecycle created by the IEP. And I just wanted to highlight here that data publication is the last step within this process, the shared point here. But that there's a lot of work that is involved before you get to this last share step. There's work that has been done in the design, the collection, the processing of your data. And so essentially, you don't want to miss this step. I would argue that you want to pay attention most to this step because it's the culmination of all the work that you put in so far. And so if you are able to publish correctly, follow best practices for data publication, there are benefits to everyone. There's benefits to you as the data steward, to your data users, to the community that you're in. But I just like to highlight some benefits to the data stewards. It enhances the transparency of your process. If your users know exactly what you're doing to make the raw data available to them, they can interpret that data more correctly. It increases the visibility, recognition, and impact of all the work you do to collect and work up the data. It improves the data management system that you have. If everything is laid out, then you can simply just rely on that built infrastructure from year to year to consistently publish your data set. And ultimately, it promotes data preservation. Even though it might seem difficult to delete a file, to delete a database, people don't realize just how fragile digital data is. Your server can just go down, the file can be mislocated, there can be changes made from a user. And so digital file is actually very fragile. And so having it preserved in multiple different places is always a good thing. But how do we get started on data publication? How do we do this correctly? And one way is to follow the FAIR principles. And Kat touched on this earlier, but the FAIR principles are guidelines that are meant to enhance the findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability of your data set. These guidelines were developed by an international team of researchers in 2016, and it has essentially become the gold standard for the data publication industry. And I'm not going to go over the principles here today, but you can go to their website to find out more. But essentially, the guidelines all revolve around the fact that you should document your metadata thoroughly to make it as usable as possible. You should adopt a metadata standard to help you do step one, point one here, but to also increase the consistency of your documentation process. And then the third is to also lean on accepted infrastructure. This isn't a new problem. This has been a problem that people have been trying to solve for a very long time. And you can essentially just lean on the work and the progress that they have made so far. And so all of that points back to EDI. Again, EDI is a data repository that IEP recommends their surveys to publish into, but they have a lot of existing infrastructure in place to support fair data. They have things like a unique and persistent DOI for each of your data package that you publish to. This helps your users find your data set using that DOI, cite that data set. It uses EML as its standard to produce very rich metadata. It's part of a data federation, which means that if your data users don't use EDI, they can still find your data through this federation. You can access your data and metadata through any browser or through the API, which means that you don't need specialized software in order to get to the data, in order to access the data. Obviously, they provide guidance and support that I think is really critical to this process through easy EML, EAL, assessment reports, dedicated curation team. And then finally, they also support version control of your data set. Each time you publish a version of your data set, that is logged on their database, and you can theoretically go back and access that version if you need to. And then most importantly, data preservation is a mission statement of the repository. And this is something that people might underestimate how important it is. If you, for some reason, publish to, let's say, GitHub, that is a third-party entity. It's a private company owned by Microsoft. And even though it's very unlikely, Microsoft could theoretically just pull the plug on that website, on that service overnight, and therefore you would lose your data publication and the history of your data publication. And like I said, even though that seems very unlikely, this has happened in the past to things like Google Code. And so an entity as large as Google have in the past just pulled the plug, and the users would then have to migrate and scramble in order to preserve their data at that point. And so data preservation is actually a really important thing to consider when choosing where you want to publish your data to. But all in all, FAIR and EML and EDI, these are all great initial steps, I would say, in terms of documenting your metadata, making your raw data as usable as possible, publishing your data. But there are things that we need to consider that are system specific to IEP, to our data set. Things like the long-term nature of our data set. Things like required data portals that we have to publish to by our funding agencies, reporting frequencies that we have to abide by. And most importantly, the existing infrastructures that we have in place. A lot of us have our data in Excel or an Access database. And so if we wanted to update that workflow to incorporate, let's say, R into it, we have to account for this, this change within our workflow. We can't just move everything to a different type of database. We also have scripted QA/QC queries that were developed a long time ago. And so if we start changing things like column names in order to conform with these new standards, it might break various queries that are fairly interlinked with one another within our current infrastructure. And so that's also something we need to consider. And so these principles, FAIR, EML, and EDI, they're all just great initial steps, but we do need to pay attention to needs that are specific to our own system. And that's where the data publication working group steps in. And so this is a subgroup of the DUG that focuses on providing guidance that's more specific to our system. And I'm the chair of this group, and we have two main functions. The first is to develop guidance for the community in terms of data publication, metadata documentation, things like that. And we do this by creating things like guidelines, templates guides on how to do all this stuff. And we've already put in a lot of work in regard to this. All of our products can be found on the IEP website under the Doug tab here. So that's the first portion of our main function. The second main function that we have is to actually serve as an open forum to help IEP surveys through this data publication process. And so essentially, we hold meetings every month to work on the first function. But if any IEP surveys would like help with their publication process, then they can simply reach out to us and we can dedicate one or more of those meetings to provide you with tailored guidance on what you need to do to improve your data publication process, things for you to consider, and we'll even review a draft of your data publication package itself if you do it to EDI and see if you have everything in order. And so hopefully this, in addition to EML, FAIR principles, EDI, will round out this entire process and help everyone through this entire through the data publication process. Okay, so last polling question here before I go into the last topic of culture. Which data repositories do you prefer using for your data publication? And this is more of a curiosity than anything about what we are currently doing within our system. Well, it's kind of exciting to see which one would win. But yeah, this is what I was kind of expecting, that we actually do have a lot of in-house networks that we publish to. And that's usually pretty easy to find if you're using like an FTP website and things like that. But at the same time, when we're all using different networks, it does make it a little bit difficult if we want to look across the entire system. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for entertaining my Mentimeter there, those questions. Okay, so moving on to the last topic here today. I just wanted to talk about the culture that we have and the culture that I think we need to develop and embrace if we want to be successful here. I think the most important thing that we need to do is to embrace this transition from being data producers to data stewards. I think we need to value the fact that the extra work that needs to be put in to make our raw data as usable as possible is worth it. And so there are two main parts to data stewardships in my mind. The first is creating the technical guidelines and the technical documentations to guide our users on how to use our data correctly. But the second is the want, the attitude, the behavior, the want to put in this extra work. And hopefully I've convinced you that it's worth doing, that we should really do care a lot about making our data the best available data that's out there, because best available data will inform best available science, which ultimately informs how we manage our system. And so if you are like me, who have gone into this field wanting to make a difference in our natural resources, I hope that you realize the data that we collect actually is the starting point at which we can accomplish that, making meaningful changes to our system and to our field. Another point that I want to make is that the future is essentially infinite. And so even if our data is not currently used now, the potential for use of our data is also infinite. There can be someone later down the line that comes into our system that figures out how they can use our data in a different way beyond the original scope of what we want to use the data for. There can be new technologies that that are founded that can then unlock the use of our data. And so this potential for use is, I hope, an exciting thing for you to think about when it comes to making our data as usable as possible for as long as possible. And so ultimately, this leads to the fact that each line of useful data that we create is essentially a part of a legacy that we can build to leave behind for when we decide to move on from our position, our roles. If we do a really good job at documenting our metadata, making our raw data as usable as possible, then the information content, the usefulness of that data can persist for as long as possible through time to reach as many people as possible through time to be. And so I think it's really worth it to put in this extra effort. And so how can we start then? Well, one, we can obviously prioritize documenting comprehensive metadata for all of our IEP data set. And we can do this by adopting EML or an equivalent standard by recommend EML. We can explore publication through the EDI repository. And for those of you that are required to publish to a specific repository, I would say also try publishing as well through EDI because of all the great infrastructure that it has. For you to lean on that infrastructure, I think makes the data publication process a lot smoother and a lot more robust. And I believe EasyML is actually fairly easy to use. Another thing you can do is to engage with the data publication working group to both follow and develop the best practices that we have for working in our system. We have a lot of members there that have published a lot in the past, but that doesn't mean that we know everything. And so if you want to contribute, I would welcome you to join the group and help develop these best practices for the community. And then lastly, to develop and embrace a culture of data stewardship, to understand that it is through the data that we collect, the work that we do, that a lasting legacy can be left behind using the data that we collect, our research data. And hopefully I've made a good case for that. And so that's it. Thank you all for your time. I think pretty early, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trinh. Looks like you're getting a lot of applause. We are early, and so I think we will break early, but I did think since we have a little extra time, we could take some questions for the first portion of the today's workshop, if there are any. I also wanted to, I just made an extra Mentee slide since those are fun for me, and I'll stick that in as well. Just spend 5 minutes answering that and seeing if there are any questions. I haven't seen any in the chat that haven't been answered yet. But let me put the Mentee back in. So if there's anything that kind of came up, you might not know all of the existing guidance templates code, but if there's anything that you have wanted additional guidance on or noticed data sets that haven't been published, just feel free to stick those in. And then if there are any questions, feel free to raise your hand or stick it in the chat. I also want to mention that we will be sending out a survey at the end of the training today, so we'll probably ask this question again, give you time to think about it, but hopefully I'll have time to give some more feedback for future workshops. And if anyone in the audience knows of resources for the things that are popping up on the screen, feel free to send that to me so I can add it or put it in the chat. I know there was some work looking into digital data sheet software, and I think we have that in our resources, but I'm not sure if it provided any information for integrating with Access. And then I think there is guidance for linking EDI to CNRA. Rosie, do you know where that lives?
There is guidance. Oh, sorry. There is guidance up on the Doug site right now that Dave and I are like prepping a updated version of it to, be done next week or so, because the old one was a little bit old. And if anyone wants to test out the new version and see how it goes, we'd love volunteers.
Great.
I just put the link to that in the chat.
Thanks. And then I think for the one about data flags, outliers, and QC, Rachel might have mentioned a package that deals at least with flagging continuous water quality data that Dave and some others have developed. So maybe Dave, you can put the link for that in, but it doesn't necessarily handle all data types. It does have some types of tests that you can consider for other data types.
Yeah, it's for both continuous and discrete collected data, but yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And I think, is there a group at DWR that's coming up with other kinds of guidance around this?
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of that R package is kind of being developed by that group. And it's it's a kind of an internal DWR group called the Outlier Detection Working Group. And so Rachel already kind of shared a few things from that group, including the guidance document that we created for both discrete and continuous outlier detection methods. So you can take a look at that too.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
For Tableau, I know that USGS is exploring Tableau as a platform for visualizing some of their data. So maybe as that gets developed, we can explore that a little bit more. I don't know too much about Power BI. But yeah, I think that would be good to look into what else is out there and what can visualize data quickly. You will hear about SacPAS and Bay Delta Life this afternoon. So those are some portals that pull in data that get updated, like Denise mentioned, in real time or in other frequencies, weekly, monthly, things like that. So they kind of pull up data as it comes out and have preset visualizations. So those are some options for people wanting to have set visualizations for their data. But looks like we're slowing down on the suggestions. Feel free to keep thinking and sticking answers in. I can look at it later. I don't have any other Mentimeter polls coming up, so I'll keep this open. Maybe we can revisit later. And like I said, we'll send out more questions later too.
So this is to bring in some of those folks that might not be familiar, provide a little background on the YOLO bypass in general. But of course, with these tabs, you could skip past that if it's not of interest to the reader. And then dive into the program itself. And I'll talk about this more in a little bit, but these are some of the really cool interactive maps that you can add in with ArcGIS StoryMap. So it has this pop-up legend, and then you can scroll in and scroll out and use your mouse to navigate around. So I really liked this feature, and I'm not super map savvy, and it was fairly easy to put this together. I'll dive into that a little more with an example of what starting one of these would look like. Then highlighted all of our different methods with photos, and put some different links to some of our outreach initiatives, and then references at the bottom. So pretty straightforward and simple way to try and capture the main points of our program that I wanted to share with folks. I want to provide one other example, which is of A River Reborn, which is about the Elwha River restoration that happened in the state of Washington. And you'll notice this was created by Esri StoryMap's team. So this is an example of how fancy you can get with it. And their goal was to document the return of salmon after a major dam removal. So I'm going to flip through this fairly quickly, but just to give you a flavor of the more advanced capabilities that you could explore with ArcGIS StoryMaps. So here you've got these scrolling bars, you've got a map that comes in, and then you zoom into it, and it takes you through different points in the river system. So depending what you're trying to get across, the map features are much more substantial than what I showed in my YBF&P example. You can see the restoration. They have some really awesome visuals. And I include this link at the end, and I'll throw them in the chat after my presentation. So you can explore this more if you'd like to check it out. It's a really neat story map. So to get started with StoryMap, you'll want to outline your story goals, determine your account type. So I'm pretty sure I made the YBF&P one with a free ArcGIS account, and it allows you to do a lot. But there are even more features that are available if you have a creator or GIS professional user type, which might be accessible through your agency. And then just know that there are a ton of different online resources that you can access. So I'll provide links to that as well, but it's really easy to find tutorials and information to get you started. But I'd like to really just hit home how easy it is to get started by showing you what it would look like to start a map. So this is just in my profile for ArcGIS StoryMaps. You can see the YOLO bypass one is here. But if I go and I click New Story, and I want to start from scratch, it launches the story builder, and you can add a title, and then you can start adding in content right away. So there's options for text, buttons. That's like how I created some of those links in the YOLO bypass one. You can put in tables, images, and it's pretty easy how they make the images work. So I'll just give a quick example. So once you add an image, there's all these simple ways that you can format it. So you can have it on the side, you can have it in the middle. So they have a lot of these preset functions, so you don't have to sit there and tweak like you would in, say, a PowerPoint or something like that. There's a lot of preset functions that make it really easy to throw content in. You can add in videos. There are some really cool immersive options. So there's this sidecar feature, and you can see they have docked. So that would be as you're scrolling down, things are moving along with you. Floating, where you have these little floating text boxes. And I've seen some really cool ones that have utilized this. Haley Maiko, one of my colleagues at DWR, she did a story map for the Wallace Weir Fish Rescue Facility. That's actually what inspired me to make my story map, and she had utilized some of these these cool floating features, which I think work really well, especially if you have a smaller amount of information to put across. I found it didn't work as well with as much information that I wanted to put in the YBFMP one, but it's an option depending on what the goals of your story map are. There's also these slideshow functions, so you can use those if you'd like. And then they also have a map tour, which is kind of like what we saw with the Elwha River example. I'm not going to get into that one right now, but I will show how easy it is to embed a map. So if you click on map, if you have an ArcGIS online account that you use for mapping, you can access your maps through here by adding them in. But if you don't already have a map created and say you're not super GIS savvy, you can just go click New Express Map, and it'll take you to this really like well executed user interface where you could say scroll in. Here you have the San Francisco Bay. Let's say you were working in Sassoon Marsh and you just wanted to create a quick map of where your study sites were. So let's say you had 3 different sampling sites along Montezuma Slough. You can plug those in. Say you want to show, the different path that you took or something like that. Can add that in. You don't need all the coordinates and everything if you don't have those on hand, just for a quick visual. Say you want to circle an area of interest. You want to add a little text. It's very user-friendly. And at that point, you can just click save and it plugs it right in. And then you've got that easy navigable map right there in your story map. So you can keep playing around with these things, add in what information you need, and then you would just go, you can preview it, you can publish it, and it's really straightforward. And with that, I have some links that hopefully can help folks get started and provide some materials or inspiration through some of the other story maps that have been made. I will go ahead and link those, and I hope this inspires you to try and tell your project story through ArcGIS StoryMap. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nicole. That was a great demo. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going to go make their own story map now. We have up next Sam Bashevkin from Waterboard, and he's going to present on our Shiny.
Great, thanks, Kat, and hi, everyone. As Kat said, my name is Sam Bashevkin. I'm with the State Water Board, and I'm going to attempt to give an introduction to Shiny in 15 minutes. It'll just be a scratching the surface sort of talk, but hopefully you can use it as inspiration to dig into it deeper. So first, what is Shiny? It's an R package to build interactive apps with a graphical user interface. You can use basically any R functionality, including external packages within the apps. They can be either hosted online and distributed as web pages or used locally. Why would you want to use Shiny? I think the main reason is to bring R functionality to non-R users. And related to that would be to communicate science. But it can also be helpful, even if you are an R user, to build something that'll let you quickly toggle different parameters and visualize the effects of it. So it can be a neat way to just build yourself a tool to visualize data. But why would you not want to use Shiny? The main reason is if you're trying to reduce your frustration load, Shiny is not a good thing to dive into. If you're trying to just show off your impressive coding skills, there might be better ways to do that. And if you're trying to build something you won't have time to maintain, Shiny is also not the best for that because you always need to be maintaining something like a Shiny app. So I'm going to first walk through a basic Shiny app and what it looks like and how to start it. So if you want to start a Shiny app from within RStudio, you just click the little plus icon, and then there's an option for Shiny Web App. And that will build you this app which is just plotting some data from the Old Faithful geyser in Yellowstone National Park in a histogram, and you can just choose how many bins the histogram is distributed by. So this is what the code behind that app looks like. And there's two main components outlined in the black rectangles. The top part is called the user interface. The bottom part is the server, and they talk back and forth to one another. So the user interface will send your user inputs, so like the number of bins you select, down to the server. And then the server will produce a graph and send that back up to the user interface so that the user can see the graph. So an example of how that works, on the top I have this slider input object surrounded in a black box, and you can see on the right is just a picture of what that produces. And that's, how you select how many bins you want, and then that information gets sent over in this object called input $bins, and that's how the server receives the information and uses it in the graph. And then in the reverse order, down here in the server section, we have this production of this histogram, which is produced, and then it's sent back up to the user interface, and it produces the graph that you can see on the side. So that's just a quick example of how they kind of talk back and forth to one another. So just diving a little bit deeper into how Shiny works. So the user interface portion, which I'm showing on the screen now, is analogous to a list of user viewable components that are wrapped in different functions to set the layout. So actually, before the user interface is even defined, there's an area where you can load things that are used by the entire app. So this is where you load packages, functions, or anything like that. And then within the user interface, I've surrounded in these yellow rectangles the functions that you can use to control the layout. So how, items are distributed across the app page. So in this case, it uses this fluid page function to define the overall page layout. There's a title panel that has the title, a sidebar layout and sidebar panel that have the user input, and then the main panel with the plot output that produces the plot. So there's a bunch of these functions, and you can mix and match them to control how you want the app to look. And then for the server portion, that's analogous to a series of functions with the inputs from the user interface as the arguments of that function. So then just going back again, this is what the app would look like that you produce. So what you're seeing here is everything that the user interface tells you to see, but then the graph itself is being produced by the server and sent back up to the user interface. So I'm going to go just a little bit deeper to show some examples of more complex functionality that you could use. So this is a slightly more complex app. You'll notice I added one more thing you can select, that you can select the column from the data set to plot, and then there's a button here for run. Those are the two things that I've added, and I'll show you kind of why and what those do. So stepping back a little bit, there's this important function in Shiny called reactive that can create intermediate values that will be triggered by any change in their dependencies or inputs. So it's a way you can basically define a function, and then whenever a user selects something different, it'll trigger that function to be rerun using the new inputs. But if you don't want everything to update as soon as the inputs change, then you can use event reactive. And that's useful when the user has to choose multiple inputs and you don't want to the process to trigger an update until they've made all of their selections. So if they have to select from 50 different questions, you don't want the graph maybe to update after they answer every single question. Maybe you want them to answer all the questions, and then they can say update graph. And that's why I added that run button in the app. So here is the same app from before, but surrounded in the black boxes are the additions that I've made. And I'll walk through in the next few slides kind of what the reasoning is for these. But you see there's the radio buttons or the column to plot. The action button is that run button. And then I had to alter the plot a little bit to take those inputs. So in the user interface, just zooming in on this addition, we have this radio button, as I said, column to plot, and that produces the little buttons that popped up above, and then the action button produced that run, the run button. So it's, it's pretty simple to add additional inputs. It's really just, a line of code. And then in the server, this is where I'm using this event reactive function that I mentioned earlier. So this is saying, it's telling the app to watch this run button, and whenever the run button is clicked, regenerate the plot. But if anything else happens, you don't regenerate the plot, only when that run button is clicked. So this is just, showing graphically what I was just saying. The run button is connected to this input $run object, and that's what is triggering the plot to be regenerated. And again, this is just what that plot looks like. So now you can select the number of bins. You can also select the column you want to plot, and then you can control when the graph is updated. So if you change some of these and you don't click run, the graph's not going to change. When you do click run, then the graph will update. So debugging. Shiny apps are hard to debug. That's where a lot of the frustration I mentioned earlier comes from. I'm just going to talk through some general high-level recommendations I have that have helped me get out of some tricky situations. The first step that helps is always to start by running the code outside of the app. It's a lot easier to try to isolate the issue if you pull the relevant code out of the app and then try running it and see why it's failing rather than trying to click through the app and see when it crashes. But then many bugs that I've been unable to replicate outside the app have been related to an improper sequence of events. And this is an issue that at least I've encountered a lot, and I'll just explain what I mean. So generally with an app, you want first the input is selected, then the data are processed, and then the graph is produced. That's like the logical sequence of how things would occur. But, Shiny doesn't know to do things in this order. You have to tell the app to do things in the right order. So if the ordering is wrong for some reason, it might get the input and then try to produce the graph before the data have been processed. And that will, create an issue because it's not going to be receiving the data that it expects. So that's just something I'd recommend looking out for. Some ways to fix it. There's a function rec that can be used to ensure that processes don't trigger until their dependencies exist. So you can use it to kind of explicitly control the flow of the process. And you can also set default values or use if and else or similar functions to try to control how the app is functioning. So there's a lot of add-on packages for Shiny or for visualization in general that I found very helpful to use in Shiny apps. First, there's the ggiraf or Plotly packages that allow you to make hoverable interactive graphs. I use ggiraf, but I know a lot of other people use Plotly. There's the Shiny Widgets app that has more and prettier input types that are nice to use. Leaflet can be used to produce interactive maps like the one on the right here. And leaflet.miniCharts can be used to produce pie and bar charts over maps, also used in the map to the right. And then you can also customize the app by inserting HTML or CSS if you're familiar with those, or if you're comfortable Googling and pasting and seeing what happens, which is how I usually do it. So then if you have an app, what do you do with it? Normally you'd want to deploy it somewhere so that other people can use it. I think the easiest option is using the shinyapps.io website, which is produced by the RStudio company. It has free or paid account tiers that you could use depending on what you need. The Delta Science program also does have a paid account, and they might be willing to host your app if you reach out to them. Or you can always host an app online on your own server if you have the time, skill, or money to figure that out. So some example Shiny apps from the Delta. I have links to a couple of them on the slide here. I know the Bay Delta Live website has at least one Shiny app. I think they used to have a couple more, but I'm not sure if they're there anymore. this Hatchery Releases app, and then the Delta Science program that I mentioned before. They have a bunch of apps linked there, and I'm just showing here the top 3 of them, but there's, I don't know, like 8 or 9 of them total that you could explore for some examples. And then there's a lot of resources for learning. The Posit, the company behind RStudio, has a lot of good resources. They're the people who develop Shiny. This is kind of how I first learned how to use it. So there's a section of articles on Shiny. There's a kind of a tutorial to get started with Shiny. And then they have a gallery of apps that you can explore, which is very nice to just try to see what it's possible to be produced. And then, of course, Google is always good for finding information. And that's all that I have. So thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I hope everyone can have fun kind of exploring some of those Shiny apps that Sam shared. There are a lot of different features on all of them and much more complex than what Sam shared, but just nice to see what is possible. So next up, we have Rosie presenting on R Markdown.
All right, thanks, folks. We had a small last-minute change of plans. I know you were expecting an R Markdown presentation, but we were talking through it and decided that rather than starting you off crawling and then walking, we just go straight to walking. So I'm going to be talking about Quarto rather than R Markdown. Don't worry, for what we're doing, it's basically the same, but there's a lot more functionality in Quarto than you get with R Markdown as you get more advanced. It's kind of the latest, greatest, next thing. And sort of the beginning levels are, like I said, pretty identical. So this is a lot simpler than a Shiny app. It's just a way to make a reproducible report using code. Because I like code, I can read code. If you give me a document like this, I'm like, okay, great. I'll just run it, see what your graphs are, read a couple of your notes, go from there. This would be great. But if I give this to my boss, it's not going to go well. You know, most of the time when we're communicating with people who don't want to see the code, or they just want a little bit of the code and a lot of interpretation and the outputs of the code. Now I could make a Word document and copy and paste the outputs of my code, graphs, stuff like that, into my Word document and type out explanations. But if I change my data, I'll have to do all of that copying and pasting and exporting over again. So automating it is going to be a better way to go. So with Quarto, you can automatically build a document that includes text, plots, code, and the outputs of code all in one big document. And then anytime you update the data, you can just hit go and update your entire report. So for things you have to do frequently, this is awesome. This is an example of a report that I built recently that needs to be updated every day, and I just have a Windows task on my computer. It reruns my report every single day, and I can distribute the results. So it's pretty slick. As I mentioned, R Markdown was what everyone used to use for this, 5 years ago, and Quarto is built by the same people as R Markdown. It's Posit, the company that brought you RStudio and Shiny and all the great things in life. I swear I was not paid to say this. Quarto just has a little more functionality. You can do things like build books and more fancy stuff just a little more easily. It's sort of the new standard. It also has more different code languages supported. You don't actually need to run it in R at all. If you're a Python user, you can totally use Quarto just from Python without having to touch R. But otherwise, they're really basically the same thing, especially if you're just doing a basic document using R. And it's all integrated into RStudio really nicely. It's set up to make it easy to build one of these. You just go up to the little new document thing and hit Quarto document. You fill in a couple of details in the pop-up window. title, author, what kind of report you're making. HTML will give you the most functionality, but if you want a PDF, you can do that. And Word documents are nice if you're like writing a paper and going to send this to someone else to edit. Yeah. And all of those details that you just entered there will be entered into the YAML header at the top of your document. RStudio puts some, like a quick little template together. It bases the YAML header off your details you entered already. And then it starts you off with some basic things that you can edit as you see fit. In your document, again, the header is at the top. This is where you put in a lot of things about what you want your document to do. Do you want to have it be HTML or Word? How do you want to edit it? There's other options like tables of contents, styles, formats that you can put in here. This is just for a basic thing. Then the meat of your document is going to be in code chunks. RStudio nicely color codes code chunks versus markdown chunks. Code chunks are indicated by these 3 backticks, curly brackets, the name of the coding language. And then at the end of your code chunk, you'll have 3 more backticks. Within that code chunk, it's like you're in an R script. Everything runs just like an R script. The rest, which is sort of white here rather than kind of beige, is your markdown chunk. This is where all the text and interpretation in your report goes. It doesn't do anything. It's not code, but it's where you give the explanation. Why are you doing it? What are you doing? Etc. You'll notice that this kind of looks like code, though. There's like weird symbols in it and hashtags, and it's not very pretty. But we'd want a report to, maybe be in Times New Roman and have different font sizes and stuff like that. Well, you can do all of that using Markdown formatting. Quarto uses Pandocs Markdown Standard for Markdown formatting, and that's where those hashtags and asterisks and stuff turn into different formats for text. There's plenty of information online for how you do that formatting. You can also use HTML and get really fancy, or add CSS style sheets. The sky's really the limit for making really cool looking reports if you're savvy with it. But just a couple of things for a basic, quick little report. Plain text is just plain text. You need 2 spaces to start a new paragraph. Asterisk before and after turn into italics. 2 asterisks turns into bold, etc. The one thing that's really useful is these headers. 1 hashtag is the top level header, 2 hashtags is the second level header, and you need a space between the hashtags and the words. Of course, in your code, hashtags still indicate comments, but in the markdown chunks, those are your headers. And they'll allow you to build an outline to make it easy to navigate your document. So that's some of the formatting things. But if you're like me and are tired of Googling how you do bold, RStudio has a solution to that. So right now I've been showing you the source version, which means the code and the formatting marks. We can also switch to the visual version of this file, and you end up feeling like you're in a word processor. You can easily say what the headers should be, add bullets, numbers, insert tables, pictures, links, just like a word processor. And you can switch back and forth at any time if you want to see what the code markdown syntax looks like. So that's a little anatomy, a little markdown. Now, the code, which is the most important part probably. Your code chunks, you'll notice, have a little green arrow at the top. This is to run all of the code in the current chunk. And the little arrow and green line is to run all the chunks above this one. So set everything up for this chunk. And a lot of people like using Quarto documents to do all their coding instead of coding in scripts, because the outputs of this code will drop down right below the chunk and allow you to go back and refer to them later instead of having them scroll all the way up in your console. So I'm going to quickly go to our studio and show you what that looks like. Sorry. So this is my Quarto demo file. Let me zoom in one more click. Just the standard YAML header, information about Quarto. Here's a code chunk. It's just going to run 1 + 1. I hit the arrow, and 2 goes right there. I want to run it again to 11. I can do something like, all right. If I want to just get rid of this for now, I can hit the X box there and it'll clear it. You can also add plot. Run that. Gets you the histogram of speed down there. If you want to add a chunk, you can actually type backtick, 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 bracket, R, bracket, or you can go Control-Alt-I, or hit this little Insert Code Chunk button at the top, get new code chunk. You can also use this to run just the selected lines, current chunks, etc. It's all right there. It's got spell check, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so that's running code. And like I said, a lot of people like just having the outputs hang in there for you to use later. So that's if you're working with your code and you're like messing with things yourself. But when you're getting ready to share it and turn it into an actual document, you probably want to change the way the outputs of that code looks a little bit. You might not want all of the code displayed, for instance. You do if you're sharing it with another coder, but if this is for your boss, maybe you don't want that. Maybe you want the figures to be bigger or smaller or left aligned or right aligned. Lots of different options. And to do that, in your chunk, you have the name of the coding language in the first part of the curly bracket. Then you'll have the name of the chunk. That's optional. Then you have a bunch of chunk options. They say how the output is going to be formatted. And so far as I can tell, this is the one difference between R Markdown and Quarto. R Markdown has chunk options in the curly brackets. Quarto has them below the curly brackets with #straightline. But all of the options themselves are the same. Important ones to know are echo equals true. That means, do you want to print the code as well as the output of the code? Eval equals true. Do you want to actually run the code or just print the code? Include equals true. This is good for like when you load all your packages. You don't need that in your final report, but you need it to run the rest of the code, so you cannot include it. Then error, message, and warning. There's some messages you get every time you plot something. It says, oh, we removed 2 missing values. Not really important to have in your final report, so you can turn those off. There's also a number of figure options for making that look nice. There's dozens more chunk options available and more in various packages. These are just some of the ones that I use most frequently. Now, once you have all of your Markdown set up, all of your code ready to go, you can render your Quarto document into HTML or Word or whatnot. This is also called knitting because a lot of these tools for rendering are in the knitter package. So here I have format HTML. If I wanted a Word document, I just put format Word, etc. If you do PDF or Word, you do need to install a LaTeX engine, which is an extra little thing. It's not too difficult, but it's just something to know. And I'll just quickly show you how that works. You have to save it before you can render it. And then I hit this render button right up there. And you'll notice that instead of in the console, you get information in this background jobs window that just says what it's doing. And then you get your final document, which is a nice looking HTML file that you can open in your browser with various bits of code, some plots. I have some examples in here that's available on the GitHub of how to make interactive tables, but this is just the beginning. That was a very brief demo of a really basic report, but if you go to this Quarto document gallery, there are lots and lots of things you can do. You can get really slick with Word documents, advanced layout for HTML and PDFs. You can make presentations, so you can do your whole PowerPoint presentation with Quarto, including plots. You can make whole websites, and Perry is going to talk a little bit about this next, as well as web books. So highly recommend kind of scrolling through some of these, and if you see something you like, you can look at the code behind it and copy and paste. And yeah, you can also include, Shiny apps like Sam showed in your things. So that's all I have, and I will pass it on to Perry for our last presentation of the session.
Yeah, thanks, Rosie. Second. Let me just share this presentation. There we go. Great. All right, so thanks for that presentation, Rosie. I'm going to follow up by talking about something very similar, which is publishing reports via Bookdown/GitHub pages. I'm Perry, by the way, and I'm an environmental scientist at DWR that mostly works with like data science type work. So what is the goal here? So all of us work at different agencies and different programs, but one thing that we all have in common is that we have to meet reporting requirements. And this can be very cumbersome to do, like some of us contract out and have to work with middlemen and such, and it's just like a hassle to deal with. So what we really want is just a simple, reproducible way to generate and publish all of the reports that we need. And one solution is using a package called Bookdown. So Bookdown is an R package that facilitates writing and publishing reports with R Markdown. But there are also Quarto equivalents that work very similarly if you rather use that. But the advantage of Bookdown is that you can create a website to host your reports. You can save these reports as PDFs or Word docs or whatever format you want, basically. Since it's based on R Markdown, you can add figures and tables and Shiny apps, math equations, whatever you would like. And you do have the ability to customize the format and layout and design. One thing I want to talk about a little bit more is this first part, where you can create an actual website and how you would go about doing that. And the nice thing is that GitHub actually makes this very easy for you via GitHub Pages. So GitHub Pages turns any repository you have into a website. And you can easily access this from your repository by just going to Settings and the Pages tab. One great advantage about GitHub Pages is that it's free hosting and easy to use, so no need to pay or anything like that. In addition, you can choose a custom domain name. EMP, my group doesn't personally do that, but if you would like to, you have that ability. All right, so what I want to do now is just show you an example of a website that is built via Bookdown, and then I'll go into the specifics of how you actually go about building it. And so this is based on EMP, the Environmental Monitoring Program's current website. So this is what our landing page looks like. As you can see, we made it all pretty. We have a little picture there and everything. And we have all of our reports on the side. And I'm going to focus on the phytoplankton report. So this is the landing page for it. We go into the backgrounds and things like that. You can have like bold text, headers, all that fun stuff. And these are some example sections from the report. So as you can see, we have like math equations in there, lists, figures with their captions. You can put tables, etc. So it's really flexible in the types of things that you can actually put into these reports. Okay, so how do you actually go about publishing via Bookdown and GitHub Pages? So there are 6 main steps, essentially. And I'm just going to go through them all in order. So the first one is to simply create a GitHub repository. This repository is the same as any other repository that you would use. There's no specific way you need to format your files or anything, but I like to put all the main files into a folder called admin. The next thing is to create a YAML file. YAML stands for yet another markup language. You don't really need to know the specifics of it besides the fact that it basically tells the website how to render your file. And so the main YAML is broken up into two parts. You have like metadata, that's just like the file names, output directory, things like that. And then you have the actual markdown files that contain the report. So every single one of these lines from 15 onward contains one of my reports. The next thing you can do is you can specify additional YAML via an RMD file. You don't have to necessarily do it this way, but I find it's the one with the most customization options. And just to put that in context, that's what this RMD file is that is currently highlighted in the red box. So that's what this file looks like. It's mostly just a bunch of metadata information, but I just want to highlight two things very quick. One is this line here with the under in header. This links to a Google Analytics file. So if you want to track who's going on your website, how many hits you're getting on it and things like that, you are able to integrate that within your report. The other one I want to highlight is this part, the CSS. So CSS designs your website essentially. It specifies the layout and everything. This is what CSS code looks like. It's a whole different language and very complicated. R does give you some default templates you can use. If you like what our report uses, you can also just use it as a template. So feel free to do that. Great. The next thing you want to do after you specify the backbone of your website is to actually create the reports as markdown files. And again, just to put it in context, that's what all these little lines 15 onward are referencing. So this is an example of it in the visual mode of an R markdown file. And just to highlight some specific parts of this. So one thing you can do is you can just write text normally, you can bold it, make headers, all that fun stuff. You can also have inline R functions if you want to do it that way. You can add your figures and tables just as normal R markdown code chunks. And so, yeah, so basically anything you can do in Markdown, you can just do here and it'll render as part of your website. Now that you're all done and you made all your files, now you just need to run the main R file to actually render the reports. And this would also publish it to GitHub pages. So this is what our R file looks like. You don't have to worry about the top part, but this one function, render book, is basically all you need to do. As you can see, two of the inputs are those YAML files I talked about earlier. Output format just tells it what format you would like. So Git book will render it for HTML pages for website, but you can also do PDF or Word docs, whatever you really want. And the last one I want to highlight is this part, that's output directory, that is set to .docs by default. To put that into context, that's what this folder is here in the main repository. And that is where all of the files that actually build the website will get saved to once you render. And you specify within the GitHub repository settings that that's the page you want to use under this little branch heading right here. And then once that's finished, all you need to do is check that your deployment was successful. So if you actually go back to the main repository, you'll see down in the right-hand corner, you have a little section called deployments. And if you click on that, you'll get a page like this. And if the top part is a little green check mark, says last deployed, gives you the name of the website, and your deployment was successful. Yay. So that's all you really need to do. It's pretty simple. And yeah, and then just some additional resources. This is the Bookdown reference site. Here's the CSS template for EMP's website. And if you want to do this in Quarto as opposed to our Markdown, it's a little different, but overall similar, and you can find those references here. And then really quick, just to show you, this is what the actual website itself looks like. So you can kind of see what it looks like when it's all put together. So yeah,
Thanks, Perry. Can you just put that link for your site in the chat? I think the link that I have is broken or something because it keeps coming up with an error. So just want to update that in our references. And I think we'll have to do a Quarto bookmaking training at some point. Now that things are changing. So
It's
we
very, very similar. And if you yeah, if you understand our Markdown version, it will take you 3 seconds to pick up the Quarto version.
okay, great.
Yeah, the basic steps are still the same, either one.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the process of building a book, so it's maybe a good time to be learning about this and transfer over. So Susannah, go ahead and start sharing.
Okay, so you see okay?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great. So hello, I'm Susannah Iltis, the Web Computing Specialist for Columbia Basin Research at the University of Washington, the group behind SacPAS. Today I'll be presenting an overview of SacPAS and data visualizations, and I hope that you'll learn something new in terms of our process and specific tools available. I'll start with a bit on the background of SacPAS and then our considerations for data and visualizations before diving into SacPAS website specific tools and examples. I want to take a few moments to introduce Columbia Basin Research to you. The CBR website started in 1994 with Columbia River DART, data access in real time, and other products. DART is a secondary data repository with centralized and integrated fish data and environmental conditions related to river, estuary, ocean, and climate. We mirror data from federal, tribal, state governmental agencies, and other entities to aggregate and integrate data into a centralized location accessible to the public in real time. And we started a similar effort with USBR for the Central Valley in 2016, and that's SacPAS. Our database manager, web specialist, and CBR researchers prepare the data for analysis and online tools, and these are created with as much foresight as possible and in collaboration with data owners and stakeholders. Over the decades, we have developed many different tools, and we continue to update and evolve with a lens on human-centered design and how best to communicate science. And I want to mention that updates to the SacPAS website are in progress with implementation planned for this fall. So on the website, we offer tools and services in multiple sections, including data queries and alerts, work groups and teams, fish model, and tools. In the fish model and tools sections, we have models and exploratory Shiny apps developed by CBR, and there are also third-party models. The loss and salvage predictor and Delta Star models are created by others and then deployed on SacPAS to make them publicly available with real-time data inputs, as well as to automate in-season model runs and results for use by the salmon monitoring team. Today, I'll be focusing on the data queries and alerts in the work groups and teams sections of the website. Next, I'd like to go over considerations that we take with regards to data and visualizations and show an example of our process to product. All the data visualizations on SacPAS are custom, from simple line plots to heat maps and others. When developing visualizations to communicate information, we first consider the purpose of the tool and the types of users. For management teams, that can include specific and relevant metrics and integrated data sets. And for research scientists, access to data downloads, and for the public, equal access to data, visualizations, and modeling tools. The temporal scale for pre-season and in-season management is another facet of data and purpose, whether it is real-time, historical, or forecast. And for spatial scale, we started with the Sacramento River and then expanded into the San Joaquin and the Delta. For the design of visualizations and data products, we focus on relevancy, which is enhanced through collaboration and user feedback, usability, that's providing meaningful summaries and designing clear visualizations, accessibility, creating for an audience with diverse abilities in mind and structuring for quick, intuitive online interactions, and transparency, including data attribution and reference methods. As an introduction to how we work, I will cover one real-world example of process to product. The product is this figure, which shows daily Caswell RST, total juvenile catch and rip-on flow on the bottom, and the distribution of catch by size and life stage on the top, with trapping dates indicated by the plus symbol in between. The process started with a Stanislaus watershed team meeting with SacPAS to discuss initial team needs and was followed by additional discussions. As one result, the SacPAS team reached out to Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, Caswell RST data contact. We inquired whether it would be possible to provide the data publicly during the season and if there was any publishing requirements or concerns. The SacPAS team reached out to CalFish, where their RST data sets from the region are made publicly available, with a request to coordinate with Caswell RST data contact to establish a data upload process. Once the data set was made publicly available, the SacPAS database manager designed table structures for the data, developed procedures for retrieval, processing, and loading into the local database, verified with the primary source, and implemented daily updates. And then finally, the SacPAS web computing specialist, okay, me, designed the visualization based on existing figures produced by PFMC that was distributed via email and distributed query and visualization code, and implemented daily updates on the website producing this figure to make it public. Now I'll dive into tools and visualizations from our data queries and alerts and our workgroup and team sections of the website. To start, this is a snapshot of data available on the SacPAS website. For environmental data, we offer a selective list of CDEC and USGS locations and data. Please let us know if there's any that you would like us to add. We also have Delta status and operations from DWR. For fish data, we have juvenile monitoring for RSTs, trawls, beach seines, and red bluff. We have we have salvage and loss, adult escapement, red and carcass surveys, and Delta Smelt. And the fish data is retrieved from the data owners, CalFish, and the EDI data portal. The data queries and alerts section is organized into 6 topic areas. For fish, we have juvenile monitoring and sampling, juvenile salvage and loss, adult escapement. And for water, we have temperature thresholds, river conditions, and exposure index. Today, I'll be covering products from 3 of the areas: the juvenile monitoring and sampling, juvenile salvage and loss, and river conditions. Before talking about individual tools, I'd like to cover common elements shared by many of the SacPAS data query interfaces. That's query title or type, primary data source attributions, available topic area queries, available output formats for viewing online and downloading, selections customized to the data in the query, and the submit query button. And then to the right of the submit button, a checkbox to generate a reusable query URL for automated retrieval based on current selections. And as you heard this morning, you can see here a snippet of our code in order to implement that. And then query notes and resources relevant to the query. In the juvenile monitoring and sampling topic area, we provide access to current and historical data collected by multiple agencies at multiple locations. Visualizations and data reports are customized for multiple purposes. In the next 4 slides, I will touch on the connection between 3 of the data products: the cohort juvenile monitoring, the migration timing and conditions, and current catch. The cohort juvenile monitoring product provides a single point access to rotary screw traps, beach seines, trawls, and the Red Bluff diversion dam data collected by multiple agencies. The tool is designed to view a single brood year cohort at multiple locations. SacPAS creates the brood year cohorts based on Red Bluff diversion dam and length at date model run assignment for tracking the migration downstream. The figure shows fish presence, cumulative catch, and timing at multiple locations. The migration timing and conditions product uses the same brood year cohorts to calculate cumulative % of catch or passage estimates over the cohort date period to compare estimates of migration timing across historical years. The visualization is a combination of 2 plots. The main plot on the left shows for each brood year the cumulative percent represented by the horizontal bars and a vertical bar on the 50% day, and for the cohort date range period. And the plot on the right shows the total catch or past estimates for the period. The current catch visualization combines the historical catch and timing with current year catch at multiple locations for tracking the downstream migration of the cohort from Red Bluff to Knights Landing to Sacramento Trawls to Chips Island Trawls, and then providing a simple prediction for the current brood year based on the average estimated historical timing and range. Zooming in, we can better see the brood year 2023 prediction on April 9th for winter run Chinook at Chips Island in numbers and chart. The color and pattern are used to differentiate historical and current data from prediction. In the juvenile salvage and loss topic area, we offer data visualizations and summary and detail reports for the CDF&W salvage database combined with water data. We have delta loss with exports and OMR index. We have historical salvage timing by species run and clip status. We have salvage and loss detail report with length at date, CWT, and DNA races, and the delta salvage with flows and export. The Chinook Delta salvage data visualization shows the distribution of salvage by size and date for known and unknown origin hatchery and unclipped Chinook, as well as the DWR length at date Delta model, the daily DCC gate status, and then multiple flows. As you may have noticed, titles can be detailed because the online plots can be considered as standalone products, so all the information that are contained in figure captions are specified in various places on the plot, including the data source and timestamp of when the query was run and the product was produced. More detailed information is available on the associated web page. We strive to be as transparent as possible and cite data sources and methods where appropriate. In the river conditions topic area, we offer multiple tools to access a selective list of locations and data from CDEC and USGS. Our most flexible and configurable query is the river conditions graph and text query. It contains multiple output formats for viewing visualizations and data tables online and for downloading. There are multiple selections allowed for each of the menus for year, location, and data parameter, and there are additional selections, settings, and options for further customization, including date range, 10-year averages, and graph options. A companion product is the map interface for the river conditions query. With the selection filter option turned on, its default state, the tool provides SacPAS data inventory exploration responsive to user selections for location, data type, and year. The map interface also allows for querying with the same output types as found on the main query. In the next 3 slides, I will cover an interaction with the interface to answer the question, at which locations and for which years is the data type tidally filtered flow available? Before we start, I'd like to point out that with no selections made, there's 122 possible locations. So first we select the tidally filtered flow from the data type menu. After this selection, we see a great reduction of sites available on the map and the location menu. The year menu is also responsive to this selection. Next, we select our locations of interest from the available options in the location menu or from sites on the map. I have selected both the USGS sites at Freeport and Rio Vista. The submit button at the bottom of the control panel is still gray, which indicates that all elements required for a query have not yet been selected. Returning to our question, and the second part, what years are available, we can now see that there are 10 years in the year menu based on our selections for data type and location. After selecting 1 year in the menu, the submit button is no longer gray. It's now active and clickable. Submitting a query request is now possible. With the selection filter option turned on, receiving a no data available result should not be possible. And I'll note that the zoom level is controlled manually by the user. So whether using the main query page or the map interface, submitting a request produces the same visualization, data table, or download. And in our example here, we have the USGS at Freeport and Rio Vista for tidally filtered flow in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024. I'd also like to highlight the All Years River Graph, another visualization tool in the river conditions area. It is designed for visual comparison of conditions for a single location and data parameter. In this example, we are viewing water temperature at Rio Vista Bridge for all water years to the current day. On the left, we have months from October through September, and on the right, the color legend and scale. Looking horizontally across water years, we can quickly see certain years having among the highest or lowest temperatures during certain periods of the water year. One of the customization options to view the data in potentially more meaningful way is to enter a threshold value. In this example, the water temperature at Rio Vista Bridge, the same as the previous slide, the threshold is set to 56 degrees Fahrenheit, and the period of interest is set to December through May. And this is another example from the tool where the color palette is customized to the data type, in this case, electrical conductivity at Edmonton. So these two river condition visualization tools allow the user to examine the data in different ways and answer different questions. In this example, the data set is the same: flow at USGS near Vernalis, restricted to January through May. The figure on the left shows the current year with the 10-year average produced by the River Conditions Graph Index tool, and the figure on the right shows the full historical data set for comparison across year, month, and value produced by the All Years River Graph tool. Accompanying both visualizations is the option to have a download file of the data. I like to say, so customized tools from requests enhance the relevancy and usefulness of SacPAS products to the region. The Weir overtopping alert tool is the original customized tool request. It is comprised of a web page including National Weather Service forecasts of river stage the last 10 days and the water year to date for four weirs. In addition, there's a subscription alert service for a daily email when any weir has crested, and the crested days here are shown highlighted in orange. In the work groups and teams section, we provide customized data reports, visualizations, and model output for the salmon monitoring team, smelt monitoring team, Stanislaus watershed team, and products for the San Joaquin River Restoration Program are currently in development. When requests are made, we aim to provide process and product that are automated, repeatable, public, consistent, and current to create content that is relevant to the team, supports the team decision processes, and reduces the burden of repetitive manual creation where possible. All products and services are designed, developed, and refined in collaboration with team members and liaisons. Customized products for the salmon monitoring team cover early, middle, and late management season reporting from October through June. Shown here is the water year 2024 natural steelhead cumulative loss to date, with to date period single year loss thresholds, focusing on the populations for Sacramento and San Joaquin, and the historical losses providing a prediction and bound for future dates. Customized products for the smelt monitoring team include reporting of the enhanced Delta smelt monitoring and Chips Island trawl catch updated daily, as well as many customized visualizations of hydrologic conditions. Shown here as part of the EDSM current water year detail table, including the data source and data quality. With recent meetings and collaborations with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Lodi office improve the quality of the data on SacPAS and the timeliness of reporting. The current and historical Delta Smelt surveys query was developed in collaboration with the Smelt monitoring team and is currently linked on the team page and has multiple options for refinement. The query offers detailed reporting of the Delta Smelt for current and historical surveys and studies, And the available surveys and dates that we have in the SacPAS data are shown here. We have a couple of that have been the fall midwater trawl and was it TowNet survey that we need to update for the previous year. Products for the Stanislaus Watershed team include reporting on current river conditions for multiple locations and parameters, and multiple customized visualizations of water temperature for both current and historical conditions. The moving 60-day windows before and after the current calendar date figure provides a visual prediction of near-term conditions for water temperature with minimum and maximum date period mean identified by the dotted and dashed lines respectively, and the current year as the solid bold black. In conclusion, I hope through this presentation and examples of our work that I have demonstrated our focus on communicating information intentionally and meaningfully through visualizations and other tools. I shared a number of tools under the data queries and alerts and the work groups and teams section of the website. Many of these are real-time tools in context of historical and sometimes forecasted with data summaries and metrics to support decisions. So thank you for your time today. We hope to hear from you. Any errors or bugs you happen to see, please let us know, and let us know if you'd like to see refinement on tools. We look forward to opportunities to improve SacPAS and for new collaborations. We thank USBR for funding our SacPAS work, and we thank Kat, Alyssa, and Josh, and many more for their guidance, support, and working with us.
Thank you, Susannah. Great overview.
There we go.
Okay, so our next portal we're going to learn about is Bay Delta Live. Heard a little bit about it so far. So let's see a little demo from Amy.
Just making sure my mic is good. Yeah?
Yep.
Everybody can hear me? Okay, great. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amye Osti. I am a program manager under the Bay Delta Live platform and have been working within this industry and on this particular project for over 10 years. So it's been a long time in development and has had many iterations over the years. And so what we're going to talk about today is, there we go. Just a little bit brief overview of our user community, background on what BDL is, our partners and investments that are being made in the platform moving forward, what is BDL doing now and what we plan to do in the future, and just show a few of our most current projects in the making. So BDL, for being such a unique and a niche market, we actually have a really robust user community. Over the past few years, we've had about 300,000 unique users with 690,000 requested files, and we do filter out as much and get into the unique IP addresses for these statistics and then count all of the various data download, whether it's a data package, image, PDF, or data request. So BDL has been around for the last 10 years, like I just said, and over the years we've had investment in this particular platform from all different types of agencies and community and NGOs. All of these investments have resulted in various platforms that are similar to BDL, but BDL's the engine behind these various platforms, from the Sacramento River watershed to various work up in the upper watershed through RCDs and forest health. And so every time there is an investment in BDL, all that information, whether it's a tool, a data set, is shared back to the community. So if we do something for adding additional GIS or data sets like the water data library, our users and platforms throughout the watershed will be able to use it, like Battle Creek or salinity management or any of the aquatic veg mapping, all get to use that in their various platforms. So what is BDL? BDL is an open data access and visualization platform. We are an API consumer, so a data federation. We've been working over the years to actually work with all of the very robust and successful open data programs to aggregate that data from hundreds, literally hundreds of repositories, individual data sets, the open data platforms like NRA, data.gov, NWIS, CDEC, NOAA, bring those into one UI so that you can start to look spatially at these data together. We tried to create a common operating picture with current conditions of the Delta. We have done that also in the upper watersheds for forest health and watershed management. These current conditions can be visualizations, including river conditions, weather, operating, and have them all laid out in a dashboard. The web application provides federated data through custom templates, dashboards, and maps. So we've built a lot of tools on top of these data so that you can use them, discover, visualize, and report. Much of the work that we do is from sensor network observations, so using the various monitoring programs in one location. Everything we try to present is map-based or spatial so that you can do the visuals through the map and look at a particular location and then analytics on top of that. And then the platform itself provides a collaborative environment for special projects like forest health, Battle Creek, fisheries, CSAMP, islands, remote sensing, aquatic veg mapping. So if you have a very specific topic that you're looking to bring these disparate data together and create a story or an environment to actually look at specific data, we have the tools for you to actually create that channel or individual picture for your teams. So most people are familiar with BDL for its data reporting dashboards. They present disparate data in one UI, so we just try to bring together as much information on a particular topic and present it in a nice, clean interface so that you can get a daily update of what's happening, like a common operating picture, conditions, easy to report out. Who's using it? Mainly managers. BDL has an application for both Android and iPhone. And at the end, there's a QR code so you can actually snap it and then download the app. Many of these dashboards are available on the app itself and are used for people just doing a quick check-in of what particular things are happening with operations, hydrology, exports. It's just another snapshot of a data dashboard. This one's displaying environmental indicators for fish migrations and old middle river operations, etc. You might also be familiar with the constituent tracker that's on Bay Delta Live, and this is a tool used for drought monitoring and monitoring for the first flush. It's basically a data assimilation model using CDEC and USGS, and then hopefully by the end of the year, more information from the Water Data Library to spatially look at constituents in the Delta. So you can look at an animated spatial map in real time, near real time, 15-minute intervals, or at the constant point in tide of turbidity, salinity, so that you can actually see the changes in conditions with the tide happening in real time. So this particular spatial map and all of its corresponding modeling and graphing tools are used for drought monitoring, trawl managers to see what the actual conditions are at a particular location, the science community, and water operations. BDL also has a nasa.baydeltalive.com, which is a subdomain for all of the remote sensing products that we've been aggregating that are relevant to the Bay Delta. So you can get the most recent and up-to-date spatial maps time series and visualize those over time. And there are dashboards specific to algorithms that are looking at turbidity, chlorophyll, and the various applications for remote sensing in the science community. You can access each of these data sets. You can download the images yourself and use them on your desktop. And we're adding to this on a regular basis, including eco-stress and additional aquatic vegetation mapping. The platform also, over the years, has acquired a robust amount of geospatial data. So in addition to the Landsat and all of the remote sensing data I just spoke about, we've pulled the services from CNRA, opendata.gov, all of the GIS that we found relevant or has been requested by various work groups, so that you can load the data in the map UI and then integrate it with other discrete monitoring, continuous monitoring information. So we're trying to make sure that you can build a really clear picture using GIS-based data and then adding all of the monitoring information on top of that. You can search the data catalogs. Everything we have in the geospatial resources is available for download or used as a service in your ArcMap. In addition to just doing basic geospatial discovery, we have analyzed data tools. So on the left-hand side here of in the map section of Bay Delta Live, you'll have a map navigation, very common layout of how to access GIS data. So you can search for data, load it onto your map, and then we have these analyze tools. The analyze tools are very specific to a particular analysis that's been requested or is of interest to the community. So you can analyze islands, you can look at for project information, you can do water quality and abundance, and basically you just draw either you can click on a particular feature or you can draw around a set of features and get some information back in a report, which can be downloaded and added to your document library. This is just another example, is that once you've loaded some particular information, you have not only, so you have your project polygons, you can get the data in a table format, which is searchable, download, and find any information and zoom to. So if the feature data has robust metadata and or attributes, they're all searchable and you can get that information easily using the attribute table features. So 2024 is a big year for Bay Delta Live. We have started on some pretty large projects that will help bring additional information that's been requested over the years. And so one is the explore.baydeltalive.com. This, we hope to have everything up and running for the Water Data Consortium conference that's in the late summer. And Explore will provide separate from all of the dashboards that you find on Bay Delta Live right now. You can go to just Explore and it will be very data specific. You'll be able to search any of the data repositories that we've federated and then use the tools on top of it, whether it's the graphing tools or other visualization tools, and make sure that you can actually use that information, download it, and then save for your own purposes. We'll be operationalizing the water data library so that it can be used with other data on the site. So including CDEC, you can run comparisons between the real-time CDEC data and the QA/QC. We're looking to operationalize eco-stress remote sensing with the remote sensing platform, adding additional aquatic vegetation mapping. We are working with the Lodi office on the EDSM, DJFMP weekly reports and daily reporting dashboards, which I'll show you a little bit at the end of the presentation here. Integrate OpenET models so that you can actually run those models with existing data on the site. adding some LiDAR. These are project specific. And then these all go to the upper watersheds. So we're working with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy on the upper watershed to do a big LiDAR assessment that will help people understand watershed conditions when working for water quality, water operations, and water supply. So explore Bay Delta Live, this will just give you a quick snapshot of what that will look like. You'll be able to explore any of the data catalogs, so CDEC, NWIS, NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We have close to 30 catalogs up right now, and we'll be adding the Water Data Library and some others that are probably more relevant to the work that you're doing now. And basically, everything is run on a timeline so that you can click your start and end dates and it loads all the station information. And then from there, you can start to use the graphing tools and other tools that are on the left-hand side here. So for example, if you were to go into USGS NWIS, so it's just the National Water Information System, you can choose your region or your sensor, start to map it, and then use the timeline to actually hone in on the time series information that you'd like to load on the map. Once that information is loaded, you can start to select based on all of the point data here on the map. So if I pick a time frame from September to April 2023, and then it will chart each of the stations that I selected on the right-hand side, and you can continue to add that information. So right now we're looking at tidally filtered flow, EC at Old River, tidally filtered data at McCollum, and turbidity. This data is also made available in an array so that you can download it and import it into R or your other desktop applications where you're doing additional work. You can save these maps and they end up in your map catalog, and then go back and load those maps and it will bring it to current dates. So you have options of how you can save this data. And then you'll always go back to that save map and say, oh, I need that data set again, and do your download. And this is what you're looking at here on the left-hand side. And then obviously you just don't look at one data set. You have the ability to compare multiple data sets with fisheries. So what we're looking at right here is we're loading CDEC, NWIS, and NOAA information with the EDSM trawls and DJFMP trawls. So it gives you the opportunity to actually look at conditions during a particular monitoring program so that you get the real visual and you can do it in a time series. So you're looking and using your timeline to not only see how the monitoring happened over time, but what were the conditions, and then potentially loading up any other GIS with the catalog on the left. So if you want to know what the ag land use was, or what's happening at a particular island, or load the aquatic veg map so you can see what the aquatic vegetation, the turbidity remote sensing products that are developed by JPL and others. You can start to see how you start to piece all of this together and get a good visual of the data. And so you're not always looking at charts and graphs and zeros and ones. You might be able to start to look for connections and really explore the robust data that is available in this science community. Real quick, the Water Data Library, obviously just let it so you can actually load all of the data, the stations for the Water Data Library. Chart, if you zoom in into a particular area, and you can chart this. So this is looking at almost a year's worth of data. From here, you can zoom in and get more specific, and then start to add additional information on top of this. So the QA/QC data is really important for those who are doing reports or studies or whatever. The CDEC, I know, is not always what people are looking for when they're trying to do peer-reviewed work. This just shows you an example of looking at CDEC and water data library together. So you can go in and turn on the CDEC and then see the QA/QC differences. It's a good way to just do a quick snapshot of two very different data sets without having to download it, go find the station code, all the hard work. And then if you're satisfied with what you found, or you need to change your start and end dates and then do another data grab, and then go ahead and download the information using the tools on the right. The next project that we're hoping to be finished with in the next month or so will be the EDSM data dashboards. This will just give you an idea of what we've been working toward with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So we're working to make it easy for users to go in and pick a particular time period. So like if you're doing today, the current sampling week, previous sampling week, a water year, etc., or you can set custom time. It loads on the map, and so you'll get all of the fishery information on this map, and each one of the colors represents a particular fish. And then once that's loaded, you get all of the attribute information, which is basically the monitoring surveys results, and you can click on the attribute table and zoom into those areas. You can filter by species, so if you're looking for only Delta smelt or a particular run of Chinook salmon, you'll have the ability to update your map and the table with that information, and then start to get these snapshots, which are just widget badges that will have just highlights of important information like the total weekly Delta smelt catch, winter Chinook runs catch, your highlights for the week for a particular species, and then charting all the other using other visualizations as well. So the UI has many different ways that it's being laid out right now based on the particular user group that's going to use it. This is just the visualization of the map with a slide out over the top, so you can get your snapshot widgets, your weekly reports, your station surveys, your smelt totals, and the data table. So it's all in one UI, and then obviously getting all of the important data and references, so links to the EDI, downloading the data, and then about the programs itself. Quick snapshot of some visualization or ways of visualizing data from this particular program. And this is looking at a particular report. So this is where you can actually choose from a whole selection of saved maps that are just set on a particular time interval, load those maps, and get all of the corresponding reporting widgets beneath it, tables supporting everything that you see on the map. Similar, and some informational widgets. So what the survey week was, and the fork length ranges. And then finally in Explore data, where we were talking about how Explore is more of this freestyle location where you can go and just explore in any of the data sets and then start to load them on the map, and they add to the timeline below. This is just an idea that we're working on right now of either doing a quick view of a particular data set that you want to look at, or going in and doing a custom data load and then adding that on top of there. So then finally, we have from many years been requested from pretty much most of the people in the community is, how can I build my own dashboards? You have so many data widgets from all of your dashboards throughout BDL. And so we did develop a workspace builder that we'll hope to release come late summer, early fall, where you can go in and start to build what you want, whether it's an operations widget or saved maps, graphs that you want to look at every day and just have updated. And so we've created a build widget where you can go in and start just adding your widgets to a dashboard, find the type of widget that you're looking for, whether it's mapping or it's references or it's species, and you start to pull it all together. And yeah, that'll be a lot of fun for people who want to look at something very specific, and it ends up in your profile page and it's all there for you. So here's the QR codes for the app, and that's it. I'm here for questions, and so is Dave from 34 North at the Q&A. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Really cool presentation.
Thank you.
Like, people are excited about some of your tools. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes. I just wanted to share a couple of visualizations that some of us pulled together before we move on to the Q&A. So this will be pretty informal and quick. The background is that somebody had requested in our initial poll where we were just seeking feedback on what people wanted to learn about for this workshop. Somebody had requested having a figure gallery of commonly made figures. And Trinh had mentioned that he was recently thinking about this as a good idea as well. So we thought we would just, as we had time, stick a couple plots in a script and share that location in case it is helpful to anyone. These are just a couple of ideas. I think obviously if there is any feedback for requests or modifications, or if you want to add some of your own code that you use a lot, happy to have you collaborate or make suggestions. And I'll just walk through quickly some of the ideas that we had. And it is in our Markdown for now, but sounds like it would be easy to convert into Quarto as well. So the link, let me go back and just stick this in. I think I've already put this link in multiple times for other presentations, but you can go there, and then in our GitHub page, you'll see the initial code for figure gallery as well. And I just want to note that a lot of the scripts for actually pulling data in from online for the visualization, so like pulling data in from CDEC and Dayflow and things like that, that's actually in a different script from what I'm going to be sharing, but you can find all that in the GitHub. Amy, can I just request you mute? Getting some background noise. Thanks. Okay, so quick walkthrough. This is another example of what an R Markdown or Quarto can look like. So sharing code, sharing just ideas for visualizations when you're starting an analysis. I think it's a really good way to use these tools. So you can hide the code if you want it to just be a smooth document that's not cluttered, or you can show all the code so that others can just kind of copy and paste for these different figures. So we have it organized here by some hydrological parameters that are used a lot, and some environmental time series plots, fish data, and spatial data. So for hydrological parameters, Rosie has some, I think Rosie and Dave and maybe Trinh also have developed some code for pulling in water year type and water year index directly from the CDEC site. So there's some code in that other script I showed you, and then you could plot things like water year type across year for Sacramento Valley, San Joaquin Valley. These are just some bar plots. There's also some code for pulling delta outflow data directly from CDEC. So this is a good source of data, more in real time, since Dayflow is calculated later, like after the year is over, and that data usually comes out a little bit later. But yeah, there's code for downloading both of those, and then some examples for making plots by year. You can do other things with it, of course. A couple examples for how you would show multiple plots. So you could take data and kind of put it into long form and make a facet plot. So these are like these a little bit smoother, but you've got to rearrange the data to make it fit your purposes and sometimes tweak axes and things like that. So here's an example of that, where you can use packages. It's a little bigger, like Patchwork or other packages that bind plots together, where you can make two separate plots, one for outflow, one for export, and then just with some simple code, put these two next to each other. Okay, some environmental data. I think a lot of people work with this a lot. So we've got some examples of pulling in multiple stations with the same parameter or multiple parameters for the same station. So here we're just looking at Rio Vista Bridge data, and we're providing an example of plotting over the course of the year what different parameters are looking like. Some example code for how to export that into your files. I think we've had some mention of some interactive plots today, like Plotly, that Sam mentioned. So here's just an example. Like, it's pretty similar to using ggplot. Just use another function, ggplotly, to stick that in. So here you can zoom in on data. You can kind of find outliers if you see little points that you want to filter out, get the information on those. Bringing water year type in, you can combine that with environmental data and look at environmental data by over several years and water year types. Some cool trend plots for comparing current data to historical data. This code is from Mallard Island, I think it's called. And you can look at all the other years, and then this year, looking at water temperature there. Looks like we're somewhat average-ish, maybe a little bit above average. Heat map plots, you saw a couple examples that Susannah had on SacPAS. So this just is an example of how you would make that kind of plot in R. Really good way to look at multiple axes. So year, date, and then the actual temperature. And this allows you to see really clearly that the hottest times of year is June through October. Another really cool plot that Trinh made that I didn't know about is this density ridge plot. This allows you to see a whole distribution over time. So this is showing of how the distribution of water temperature varies by month and year. And then we've got a couple of examples using Delta juvenile fish monitoring. Oh, this one first is Delta Smelt index. So I think we make these kinds of plots a lot. Just plotting abundance over time, one metric. This is the Delta Smelt index from Fall Mid Water Trawl Survey. Just pulled directly from online. And then these are some examples from Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program. Again, a tile plot. This is something I commonly make before starting a report or study or something, just looking at the sample sizes over time, over months. This helps you kind of decide what you're going to include in your study, make sure sample sizes are similar. We've got some CPUE plots across year and month. This one's just filtered to a couple native fishes. And then also looking over region. I'm scrolling through this pretty fast, but I'll let you all peruse. Here we have kind of a summary over time of CPUE by water year, and again, visualized by water year type. here's an example. I think a lot of the time we're doing some actions or like a restoration project or comparing some background activity to another variable. So this one's showing inundation periods in the Yola bypass and then comparing that with chlorophyll A concentrations. So these are useful just for showing what is happening during an action or before an action or things like that. And then some just two quick examples for spatial data. I know a lot of people maybe learned ArcMap or are working in ArcPro, whatever, ArcGIS Pro. But it is nice to be able to just code maps easily. So some of us have converted over to R. So here's basic code just for converting your latitude, longitude data into an SF object that allows it to become like a spatial type of object. And a lot of the time, the first thing I do is just look at the data. This is an interactive display, really quick one line of code. You can make this after you've converted your data and allows you, again, to hover and look at details of the data. Here we have also combined station with region. These are EDSM regions, but DJFMP stations. And you can just see kind of these gray ones are the station's DJFMP samples, but not EDSM. And sorry for all the acronyms. I think we've heard them, but Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program and Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Survey. And then a static map. I make this a lot for different studies when you're making a study area map. This is using base maps from Delta Mapper, which we learned about during Dave's talk. This provides us with some nice regions and base map of the Delta. And we've got our sampling stations here in the middle. A little north arrow and scale bar. So just basic map. And that's all I have here. Just wanted to walk through that quickly and show some of these examples. And like I said, if there are others that want to add more plots or ask for more plots to be made, just reach out. Right. So that is the end of our slotted talks today, and we're going to now move into Q&A. I'm gonna ask maybe all the presenters come on camera. I had meant to do my talks with camera, and I think we all just followed my example of not putting my camera on. But just so you can see our faces, and it's nice to see people respond to questions with their cameras on. So I think this Q&A session is meant for anyone to be able to answer questions, not just the presenters, but I figured we'd have some people to look at right now, and depending on the question, we can see if other people in the audience have any comments or responses. And I haven't seen any questions that haven't been answered yet. I'm gonna open it up though first to any that before hopping over to some of the ones we got from the registration. Also, if you have anything that you just want to see in more detail or something that was touched on, but you want to like look at the code again or something, feel free to ask for that as well. Okay, I'm gonna just jump into something and let people think and put things in the chat. I think that most of the questions that got asked through our registration form did get answered, but we can just maybe make sure that everything's touched on, and if whoever asked that question is here, they can elaborate on their questions if needed. So the first one we got was, and I'll post in the chat. Please address integrating data from various agencies and any plans to standardize and unify data from various sources to streamline analysis. Go ahead, Rosie.
I can take a stab at this. I know this is something that me, Dave, Sam, Trinh, a lot of people have put a lot of work into, and I don't know, in terms of like addressing, you kind of have to take what you get. Unfortunately, there's no magical way to get everyone to use the same column names or the same format or anything like that. The data utilization work group does have, some recommended vocabulary to use in your data sheets, but a lot of it is dealing with each agency has their own requirements, their own way of doing things, their own APIs. But a lot of those integrated data packages that Dave mentioned during his talk have done the hard work for you. They've got the code behind it, and they're pulling any new data that gets out there at a regular basis, so you can integrate them. The data utilization work group has talked many times about, like, can we make any standards? And the answer is we really can't. If we tried, like, we'd have varying levels of people adopting them. And if we make some sort of new standard, then everyone changes everything and all the integrated data sets we've already made will break. So I think there's a lot. The biggest thing that we have succeeded in doing to a large extent is getting everyone to publish their data in open, easy to access formats. And exactly what that format is matters less than that it's out there publicly available, which is, the best. So don't know if Dave or anyone else, Trinh, wants to add to that.
Yeah, so I agree. It's really hard to have everyone adopt the same standard, even though that's ideal. But Rosie did mention that we've been able to integrate all these data sets together already in these packages. And so that says that we can do it. And one way we've been able to do it is to use a crosswalk. And so we could theoretically work on a crosswalk while allowing everyone to remain using this, their current column names and etc. But so that's one way we can do it. But to have the entire system adopt a standard might be a really hard task to do. I wish we could though. So like a dream.
Denise, go ahead.
One thing I mentioned in my presentation too, I think that could potentially help is integrating preliminary data at an early stage. And maybe that data isn't something that you could use for a peer-reviewed publication or something like that, but it is something that will help people get a bigger picture of everything that's going on earlier. And also it could help different programs figure out what isn't fitting together with their data. We've done a little bit of that through the Delta Smelt supplementation team and found a lot of different things that we could work on to just make that a little bit easier to integrate in the future. So like I said, it may not be that useful for a final peer-reviewed product, but it does help get everyone on the same page, get a bigger picture of what's going on earlier in the process too.
Do you have any ideas for how to make that happen, or have you tried?
Right now, we're just using Excel spreadsheets on SharePoints, and there's probably much more sophisticated ways to do that. It's kind of serving the purpose for now, but I know I'd be happy to hear any recommendations for making that better. But the shared spreadsheets serve the purpose for now. It's just a lot of coordination and communication.
I just wanted to show really quickly, I pulled up the crosswalk so people can know what we're talking about. We had this effort within the data publication work group of just providing some suggestions for variable names. This was more directed at people who were maybe starting a new study or were in the process of updating databases or things like that. Because yeah, it can be very hard to change all of your variables if you already have something going. But yeah, we did make some suggestions for how to name things and what kinds of variables to include and units and things like that, as well as a like a fish code crosswalk that at least makes it easier to bring fish together. So we're hoping people could include that code as well as use their own code if they had another one. But that when people do synthesis or bring data together, it would just be one step easier. So I know a couple of programs started including that in their published data sets. Okay, do we let's jump into some of the questions that have come up. There's a question for Trinh. I'll read it and then I'll let Trinh respond. You mentioned including metadata for historical data, but what wasn't discussed was updating the older data to bring it up to current data standards. Is anyone doing this?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. We started looking at historical metadata not too long ago, actually, because like I've said in my presentation, we've always really had a bias towards doing the current metadata. And so when you start to go down the rabbit hole of things like machine learning and things like that, where you can start using big data, you start wanting to use more data. And so that's why we started talking about all this stuff and trying to make our entire data set usable. And so we at the Data Publication Working Group have put together a template, a sort of things that we think you should try to document for your historical metadata and that is similar to a metadata standard. We didn't really follow a metadata standard organization as much, but it's an unnested list format. And so that guide is out there, and that's one way you can perhaps start recording the historical metadata related to your data set. But for your question about is anyone doing this, we are trying to work through a lot of the older data and seeing if there were changes to the sampling protocols that has happened since using that historical metadata template that I mentioned. But it's pretty difficult. When you've had decades worth of data and you've had many different survey leads that have come and gone, it's really difficult to try and go back in time and figure out what they did. And so we can try the best we can, but there's going to be a point where it's just not possible to really describe what happened in the past. That's not to say, though, that we shouldn't be doing that now. We shouldn't be starting doing that now because what is current metadata now is going to be historical metadata later. And so we've been pushing people to try and document their historical metadata to the best of their abilities. And if they're not able to, well, at least have that in mind now and continue to document as much of their metadata as possible for the future. Next, Kat. Yeah, so this is the template that we put together. It has all the general elements that we think you should consider describing for your data set. And then we also have various examples in there that hopefully will make it a bit easier for you to follow. I think there's 3 types here that we described. There was fish data, water quality data, and zooplankton data, or something like that. But hopefully it's logical enough where it should be fairly easy to follow.
Yeah, and I know that when we, like at TWR, when I was there, we had created some historical metadata templates as well for like continuous data sensors and things like that. And programs were starting to implement that. So there are people that know that it's important and are doing it. And I think it helps to have examples and templates to follow to know what needs to be there. And like, I know one example, so like Sam brought together a lot of these synthesis data sets and really needed information on how lab procedures changed with like zooplankton sampling in order to make an effective data set. And that was where one of our programs realized like we really needed to document that and keep track of it going down the line so that people could include the data set in products like that. So it's just an example of the importance of it. Don't always realize it until somebody tries to use your data later on. Okay, there's another question. A curmudgeonly question. Can you speak about mitigating potential downsides of open data? You did a great job discussing the many broad societal benefits, but I'm thinking in particular about students and early career scientists. This is maybe less relevant for public agency scientists. How do these folks avoid getting scooped on their hard-earned data without waiting until after publications to publish data? Rosie.
I hate to always be the first one to jump in, but I have strong opinions about this. When was the last time someone actually picked up a grad student's, that wasn't their professor, picked up a grad student's work and published on it before they could? I feel like it's something that there's a lot of fear over, but there are so many ways to analyze a data set. The chance of 2 independent researchers wanting to do the exact same thing with the exact same data is pretty small. That being said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having, a year or 2 between collecting the data and publishing it, especially if you're a student or early career researcher, before, making it totally open. I think even if you are an early career researcher, if someone contacts you and says, hey, can I use the data you collected for reason A to do thing B that's completely not what you were planning? Yeah, like let them have it. The more the merrier. It's my thoughts anyway.
Yeah, I think that is one of the concerns that I've heard most about. And yeah, as people who work for agencies, like it's public data anyway, so it's no problem with posting it as soon as possible, and it's required, right? And any studies, even university studies that are funded by government agencies, I think have requirements as well to post within a certain amount of time. But for people who aren't, yeah, like Rosie said, I think it's pretty common to have a 1 year or 2 year holding period for your data before publishing. And I think that's the practice for some of the products that I've been hearing about. But yeah, I think getting into the practice of putting data up, like some of those benefits, getting it up as a student, can give you more citations and things like that, and make connections since you can share your data with others and collaborate. So there are benefits there too. But I don't know if there's anyone else in the audience who has has worked with this issue or has any thoughts on that.
I just wanted to say that this has actually been a topic discussed by the FAIR principals. So it's a common enough concern that the accessibility portion of FAIR does touch on this. And that states that at the very least, make your metadata available. And so if you can at least make your metadata available, people know who to contact, who to cite for certain things. And if they want your data, they can then reach out and know the channels required to access that data. And so having authorization to access a database is also part of the FAIR principle. And for some sort of data sets, that is appropriate. And so if you feel that that is appropriate for your data set, at least make your metadata available at that point.
Thanks, Trinh. All right, next question I've got is, all these websites, Shiny apps, dashboards are great. Do folks with CDFW or other state agencies run into issues within their department with getting approval for creating these external websites? Could you speak to the process? I'm new and I've been told changing anything on our website is difficult.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I think Rosie partially responded in the chat. I mean, every department handles the website a different way. So it kind of depends on your departmental policy. I guess I wouldn't know how CDFW handles it. But that really usually just applies to the, like, for state agencies, the .ca.gov websites, the official government websites. And usually if you're publishing something on another domain, if it's a GitHub page or a shinyapps.io site, you have a little bit more discretion to publish things without it going through multiple rounds of review or through the chain. I mean, of course, you should always clear things with your supervisor before you make it publicly available. But that's kind of one of the advantages of these external websites, is that you have a little bit more freedom to do it yourself rather than having to work within your internal bureaucracy of how things get on websites.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was part of the, oh, sorry, Trinh.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add, that's part of the reason I created a story map, was it was a easier user interface for me to update and share with folks and keep it up to date than going through our website on .ca.gov that had a lot more hurdles to jump over to make any updates. So it provided a little more flexibility there, which is convenient.
Yeah, so I agree with all of that. I think using the third-party websites are useful. But I just wanted to touch a little bit on the CDFW portion of it because I've ran into these issues already. When you get going with coding and things like that, especially with scraping, using R to populate perhaps data for some of these apps, CDFW IT does have some firewall issues. And so if you do have that issue, you do have to reach out to IT. There are solutions that they have, but you do have to first reach out to them and they'll guide you through it.
All right, thanks everyone. I don't see any other new questions. So we have a few minutes left. I'll put in another question from the registration. This one is about data storage and transfer. Is there a lingua franca for data storage and transfer, or do we need to accept multiple specialized formats? I know Rosie touched on some of this I think you touched on some of this in your talk as to like formatting your data and what is recommended. I think the general preferred guidelines, like we were talking about accessibility and things like that, is to have open source formats. So like CSVs that anyone can access without having specialized software. But there are some software that are required for certain types of data or methods that people want to use that just require a different format. But hopefully when sharing data, if it's possible to convert whatever special file it is into something that others can access and use, like, for example, converting the data to a CSV or something else, that would be, again, preferable. But I think it depends on the situation. And if there's more specificity in that question that I didn't cover, let me know if there's another question there, or if anyone else wants to respond to that, go ahead. There's another similar question about do we have preferred platforms for data hosting, publishing, sharing, and storage? So in terms of, that just covers a couple of extra things so for hosting and publishing, I think we use EDI and FTPs a lot from what I've seen. And like you've heard, Trinh has talked about all the benefits of EDI. So I think for cleaned up data and on kind of an annual basis, we like to host our data there. But I've heard from some of the SacPAS people like Matt, who manages the database, that some of the other forms can be kind of easier to see updates from as well, like the FTPs, I think, update more readily, things like that. So some people use those, and that's good for data coming in on a more regular basis. For sharing data, I think you've seen like SacPAS and Bay Delta Live are really great places to share your data in like a visual form, or to get your data quickly up somewhere that people can access, like a central place for people to find it. And for storage, I don't think we have, I don't know if anyone has recommendations for how to store your data. I think I had covered like archiving is really important, and storage, and a lot of people use their network drives at their agencies, which have backups. I don't know if anyone uses like any cloud kind of, I mean, like Microsoft has its own cloud, what is it called? OneDrive, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm curious if anyone else has recommendations for any of those, for storage in particular, because I'm not sure.
I wanted to jump in again. Just making sure that, like, I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand the difference between storage and archiving because they sound kind of the same. Archiving is like EDI, the perfect, beautiful data set in long-term storage. Storage is just your working copy that you're updating all the time. And so, yeah, most people have it on, a local server through their agency and or some kind of cloud network. DWR has switched over to OneDrive for a lot of especially smaller databases. So yeah, something like that, but you want to have it backed up in multiple places potentially. So it'll be DWR's OneDrive is also synced to DWR's servers periodically. It's on the cloud. And I'll have a local copy on my desktop. So yeah, then archiving in those long-term data repositories like EDI. And as Rachel mentioned, to be compliant with AB 1755, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act, it needs to also be linked on the CNRA platform, which I put the link in the chat.
Okay, well, I think we're getting close to the end. It is 3:28 and we are ending at 3:30. Thanks for sitting through this day. We had meant to make it 4 hours and keep it short, but there was so much information and interest in different topics. So thanks for sticking through this. Hopefully the breaks helped you have a little time to rest and still absorb everything. I'm going to turn it over to Dave for our final closing to share out the future steps.
All right. Just loading a couple of slides here. All right. So yeah, first of all, thanks for coming. I thought that worked out really well. It was a really great workshop. I hope you guys learned a bunch of new information and got a bunch of good links to go back into your own work and start incorporating some of this into your work. So first, I just want to give some thank yous here. So yeah, I want to thank the workshop organizers. Kat, I mean, you did the bulk of the work to organize this workshop. So I really want to give a shout out to you. Others that also did a lot of work to help organize this were Rosie and Sam and Trinh. So thank you all for doing that. Also, I want to thank all the great presenters today. Thought there were some really great talks, and so thank you for spending your time to prepare your talks and to come here and provide your knowledge and information to the group. And then I also, of course, just want to thank all of you, all the attendees, for coming, for your interest and your engagement here. So, I mean, you guys are what keep us doing these kind of things. So, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. So, thanks for coming. Yeah, just we already kind of talked about this, but we're going to send out some resources after this workshop. The main place that you're going to find a lot of our resources are on this workshop GitHub repo. And I think we put that link in the chat for like many times, but we'll send it out in an email as a kind of recap email to everyone who attended. And so in that GitHub, you'll find some example code. You'll find that figure gallery that Kat went over, like pretty much all the presentations that we had today, and a resource list that has a whole bunch of really useful links for you all. And we're also going to send out the workshop recording. So if you missed anything or if you want to go back to something, you'll have access to that as well. And then another thing we're going to send out to you all is a post-workshop poll, just to kind of get some feedback about how today's workshop went, and then also to kind of look for some ideas for some future ideas for training and such. So that's all I really have. I don't know if any of the other organizers have anything to add to that, but if not, then we could give you the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah, just thank you, everyone. And yeah, have a good rest of your day.
And along with all those resources, I will get the recordings uploaded as soon as possible and send out a link to those as well.
Thanks, Rosie.
Thank you
Bye, all.
Thanks, everyone.